We see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. With all that has happened, I think that we both know that we're
awungenze ngizwakale kahle. Oh yeah? Uthukilana. Aha. Washa. Washa. Mina nawe. So fast in that thunder. So fast in that thunder. Mina nawe. So fast in that thunder. Oh, so fast in that thunder. Mina nawe. So fast in that thunder, oh, so fast in that thunder. Mina now way. So fast in that thunder, oh, so fast in that thunder. I love you, and you love me. So why don't we get together and search and love it? Oh, I love you, and you love me. So why don't we get together and love it? Hello, mucho, butu, mucho, befisa mina nawe sihlanganise lokhu asingenze ngoba ngifikela umunyu amehlo ephazula vela gcwala inkumo okushokholo ukuthi uthando seludla umunyu sana kukiye wasa ungifake enhlizweni yakho ungifake enhlizweni yakho ungifake enhlizweni yakho ungifake enhlizweni yakho nawe. So fast in that thunder, oh, so fast in that thunder. Mina, now where? What's it? So fast in that thunder, oh, so fast in that thunder. Mina, now where? So fast in that thunder, oh, so fast in that thunder. Mina. Washa. Let's rock it. Washa. Thank you, KwaZulu Natal Economic Development. Washa. And thank you to Bonabonka Abakhasi abenze lokhu kwenzeka namhlanje. Kwande Festival. Let's go. Ngamthanda umuntu mina ngamthanda nikosenhlizweni yami nikanamandla kurayini bathwa kethu kungishiya yike ngamthanda umuntu mina ngamthanda nikosenhlizweni yami nikanamandla kurayini bathwa kethu kungishiya phinde ngatholo munye naye ngamuphatha kahle nikosenhlizweni yami ngamthanda ningamajangurayini uqala ucinge ebusuku ahamba abuye ekuseni ngiloke ngiwariki kanti yena uyajabula la ikhona yena uyajabula la ikhona kanti yena uyajabula la ikhona kanti yena uyajabula la ikhona yena uyajabula la ikhona kanti yena uyajabula la ikhona kanti yena uyajabula la ikhona yena uyajabula umjolo wazwangikhatha umjolo wazwangikhatha umjolo wazwangikhatha umjolo ungiyisa up and down ungiyisa open up ungiyisa up and down ungiyisa open up umjolo talalala 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 sanibonani mantombazane anazenaba Russia. La 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 la. Hey, wait, man. Lalela. Empilweni yakho unama haters amaningi. Noma ngabe wenzani akuvalele endleleni. Listen. Ngicela uwatshele wonke ukuthi hamba ufoseweni. Uthi mayijwayela kabi nje. Umtshela ukuthi hamba ufoseweni. Lalela. Awungiphiwanga. Lalela. Awungifuni. Please hamba ufoseweni. Uthi uyangizonda. Awungifuni. Please hamba ufoseweni. Ewe. 1, 2, hamba ufoseweni. 1, 2, 3, hamba ufoseweni. 1, 2, ewe. Omdale. 1, 2, hamba ufoseweni. Bosa hamba ufoseweni. Uma ngakufuni ewe. Uma nomona ewe. Asike 1, 2, 3 ukuthi nawe lalela angiphili ngawe. So please, umuno mona, amoyiphose wena. Ubuthi angeke ngibe lutho, ubuthi angeke ngibe nalutho. Monase ushaye phansi. Please, hamba. Amoyiphose wena. Rosa, asithi 1, 2, 3. Angizwa. Eweni. Rosa. Asithi 1, 2, 3. Hamba. Wosanonke. Asithi. Wosanonke. Sithi. Phose wena. Amoyiphose wena. Hey, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Ah la la. Hey wena, phila nawe. Angiphili nawe. So please, umuno mona, amoyiphose wena. Lalela. Ubuthi angeke ngibe lutho, ubuthi angeke ngenalutho. Monase ushaye phansi. Please, hey, amoyiphose wena. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Amoyiphose wena. 1, 2. Wazani. Asishoni. Eweni. Wazani. Asithi 1, 2, 3. Everybody, what's up? Eweni. Amoyiphose wena. Everybody, 1, 2. Amoyiphose wena. Everybody sing. Everybody sing. Umuntu mayijwayela kabinjele. Umuntu mayejwayela. Ekujwayela kabi hambo. Yeah. Uthatha wakhe lo msebenzi. Akusiwo mtshele amoyiphose wena. Angizwa. Yeah. Selector, my selector. Ngiphelandelayo bese ngivalelisa. I wish to do something nalabantu. My selector, give me number 4. My selector. Please, my selector. Sis Noma. Ngicela ngikhulumela no DJ wami. Angifake number 4. Bakhona omabengane la. Lalani yebo mabengane. Mina nginenkinga noma wengane yami. Uma ka boy. Ngicela ngithandazise. Uma boy wini nengafi. Yo, hayi bandla. Are you ready? Wazwa inkinga we. Uma ka boy we. Inunengafe. Angithi nkonkonko. Yena, nkonkonko. Yena, sanibonani. Yebo, sanibonani. Injani impilo. Alala. Okay, dale. Complain. Boy. You're swinging away. You're swinging. Hey, Buga. How you make pesa? Who you say Puna? How you grab yoga? You're swinging away. Oh my boy, you inunengafi wasa inunengafi asay wasankinga amuthi ubani umakaboy wewe uyini inunengafi wewe inunengafi wasankinga wewe ubani umakaboy wewe amuthi uyini inunengafi inunengafi wasankinga wewe ubani umakaboy wewe amuthi uyini inunengafi wewe open inunengafi just move for the distress, don't be stressed. Happiness break up, man, do so long again. Uya kweleza, mabetu mapebesa. Funu controller, go basengi ho. What? Just move for the distress, don't be stressed. Happiness break up, man, do so long again. Uya kweleza, mabetu mapebesa. Funu controller, go basengi ho. Ubani umakaboy wewe uyini inunengafi I say inunengafi amuthi ubani umakaboy wewe amuza uyini inunengafi amuza inunengafi 1 2 3 Anifi ubani umakaboy wewe Anifi uyini inunengafi inunengafi wasankinga wewe umakaboy wewe inunengafi wewe inunengafi alala wewe na wasankinga wewe umakaboy inunengafi kala nithanda vise inunengafi wasankinga wewe usula maphoyisa umakaboy wewe usula nomndeni wakhe inunengafi wewe inunengafi wasankinga wewe amuthi ubani umakaboy wewe amuthi uyini inunengafi amiza inunengafi popoyi Thank you, ngiyabonga. Akhona amakholwa la. Akhona amakholwa. Oh msindisi weho. Anginizwa ibibhesi. Angithi msindisi oh. Umsindisi wozani msanongikhwehlelisa please culani kakhulu kuwe walithemba ithemba lami emba iyahoha hayi wogingene ayantana nini ithemba lami yaqawuza abantu besimame abacula kamnandi bephimba hawu Nkosi yami hawuthi Umoya wami uyavuma. 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 Awuzwaqina. Basuka bayezwe. Basuka bayezweni. Shumayela. Oh, basuka, basuka, what? Suga ba. Awanazi. Oh, basuka bayezweni. Beshuma. La. Ngiyabonga kakhulu igama lami uThukilano. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everybody who made it possible. Thank you Kumisa, All Mutual, Kwande Festival, key programs, everybody, KwaZulu-Natal Province, Economic Development, Tourism, Environment Affairs. Ngiyabonga kunina nonke. God bless you. Holiday.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for the great performance, Tuki. Just an announcement, there's a light snack that's organized on the side. We'll come back for our next session at 2:45. So kindly please let the other people know. Let's come settle down at exactly 9:45 and then we'll be going into our next session. Thank you.
I'm very persuasive.
that's eating me up inside. But we ran our course, we pretended we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. So I'll go, I will go. So I'll go, I will go. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier, I want you to be happier. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. So I'll go, I will go.
Igama lami nguJabu Siphika from Flatfoot Dance Company. Ngithi asamnamukele namhlanje ukuthi nizobhiyoza kanye nathi nithokozele lolu suku kwi-Kzn Kwande Festival. Ngicela wonke umuntu anganyakazi ningasuki ningomela amanzi ngizowabona after.
to you. I'll give it back to you, back to you. When I hold all my intent to give it back to you, I'll give it back to you, back to you. I'll give it back to you, oh, back to you, yeah. I'll give it back to you, oh, back to you.
Morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Can we just start walking in for the first session of the day? Please do let others that are outside know that we can just start walking in. We're about to start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
On a Saturday night in the summer, sundown and they all come out. Lamborghinis and they rented hummus. The party's on, so they're heading downtown. Everybody's looking for a come up, and they wanna know what you're about. Me in the middle with the one I love, it. We're just trying to figure everything out. We don't fit in well, 'cause we are just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation. Yeah, you look stunning, dear, so don't ask that question here. This is my only fear, that we become beautiful people. Drop top designer clothes, front row fashion shows. What you do and who'd you know? Inside the world of beautiful people. Champagne and rolled up nose, prenups and broken homes. Surrounded but still alone. Let's leave the party. That's not who we are. We are, we are, we are. We are not beautiful. Yeah, that's not who we are. We are, we are, we are. We are not beautiful. Drove for hours last night and we made it nowhere. I see stars in your eyes when we're halfway there. I'm not fazed by all the lights and flashy cameras. 'Cause with my arms around you, there's no need to care. We don't fit in well, we are just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation here. You look stunning, yeah, so don't ask that question here. This is my only fear, that we become beautiful people. Drop top designer clothes, front row fashion shows. What you do and who'd you know? Inside the world of beautiful people. Champagne and rolled up nose, prenups and broken homes. Surrounded but still alone. Let's leave the party. That's not who we are. We are, we are, we are. We are not beautiful. Yeah, yeah, that's not who we are. We are, we are, we are. We are not beautiful. We are, we are, we are. We are not beautiful. You know that I like it when I'm around you again, but I don't wanna see us breaking us down. I'm on my bedroom floor, wrapped up in 1,000 thoughts. I don't know how long I can take it, it's tearing me down. I know we're trying to slowly find a way we can reconcile. 'Cause I've been losing too much sleep for you. Feel like a fool fighting about nothing all the time. And I can't find peace of mind when I'm with you. What did we do? Fighting about nothing all the time. I can't get lost. too much sleep for you. Feel like a fool, fighting about nothing all the time. And I can't find peace of mind when I'm with you. What did we do? Fighting about nothing all the time. I can't get lost.
Online joining us, we have Ms. Kgaugelo Modau, who is a publisher and also a chairperson of the Publishing Association of South Africa. As I mentioned, we will be discussing or actually engaging on the topic of defining literature in an online world. And once again, welcome. So perhaps just as a starting point, let me ask the question to Mr. Masuku, graphic novelist. They always say a picture speaks 1,000 words. We see all these graphics that are displayed in newspapers. There would be a current affair issue, and we do engage with that. And we find that it speaks just much more than what is written in words. If you can just take us and draw us into your world to say, what does a graphic novelist do? And its relevance in our current generation as well.
Thank you, Pauline. Sanbonan, good morning, everyone. Igama Usia Masugu. I am a writer, I'm an illustrator. In a sense, I'm a graphic novelist. What is a graphic novel? It's a book with pictures and words. It's formulated in a way that it looks like a comic book, for instance. So whether you call it a comic, whether you call it a graphic novel, it's really the same thing. It's generally just the length of the book that makes it a graphic novel. They tend to be a lot longer, or just a little longer than a comic. Now, what goes into it is, the process is lengthy. It takes writing, and then once it's written, you send it through to an editor. As the editor edits, then the illustrations happen, the artwork, the drawings. And all of this happens in synchronicity. And the project can take anything from a week, depending on how big the team is, to a decade, depending on how long the project is. But yeah, graphic novels are that, and I think they're an important medium because you can highlight very important issues on a political level. You can also highlight whimsical issues, things that are fun to read about. So yeah, it's a medium that is very important and can really be used to express any sort of concept.
Thank you so much, Butsia. I just want to follow up on that. Have you found the graphic element of it? Because you did say that they do run parallel. The graphic form of it or the written form, which one have you found it to communicate a much stronger message when you do talk about current affairs, when you do talk about conversations or you engage in conversations in the creative sector?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I mean, the way I used the medium is to try and hopefully teach a language, isiZulu in this instance. So, for instance, if you've got an image of a river, which is water, right? And when you write amanzi, there is a way to let someone who doesn't know the language get a gist of what water is in that language, ngesiZulu. So for me, the words and the pictures, they go hand in hand in that you don't have to say everything. You can use the words to express an idea. I mean, you can use the pictures to express the idea. Or you can be very minimalistic with your image and show the idea in words. I say show the idea in words because as there are writers here, they would know that it's about showing and not telling, right? And to be able to do that, to be able to write something without telling, but showing in the mind of the eye, it takes a bit of doing. But that's the fun part of telling stories.
Thank you. Let me welcome our online panelist, Ms. Kgaugelo Modau. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, good morning.
From the tech team, and I'll just allow Ms. Kgaugelo Modau just to rope us into your world in terms of the world of publishing. And I think if you can just take us through the publishing continuum. I mean, we've had a whole lot of written literature on hard paper throughout the years. Now we're going digital, etc. Just draw context into your world. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning.
I think you're still muted. Just try again. We'll confirm as soon as we can hear you.
I'm not on mute on my side. Can you hear me now?
I think it's just a technical glitch on our end. If you can just
Yeah.
hold on for us, I think we can hear you now. Thumbs up.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Thanks.
All right. Okay. So my name is Kzn Kwande, and I am an educational publisher. I've been in the publishing industry for quite a while now. We do educational textbooks, so school textbooks ranging from grade 1 to grade 12. We do literature books as well. So, and I'm also in the PASA committee, where we, as a chairperson of the skills development and training sector, where we sort of look at the gaps in publishing and try to fill those gaps. So in terms of publishing right now, there isn't much happening in publishing, in terms of school publishing, because if you have the background of school publishing, we work with curriculum development. And at this stage, we are basically just waiting to hear from the DBE and how far that is, and then we can, get working with that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khafelo. Just a follow-up question on that. We've seen a lot of young people come up with literature, some as young as the age of 7, that are literally trying to get their conversation or the message of their generation out there. How have you seen that you actually rope them into your space to give them a platform as well in the publishing world?
Yeah, I mean, as part of the PASA, so what we do at PASA, there's a lot of members. We call them our members. Those are our publishing houses. So you can see a lot of publishing houses come into the, into the industry, basically into the country, and trying to make sure that, we rope the young authors by different kinds of programs. So what we're trying to do as well as PASA is we're trying to have programs that would, encourage young writers, more especially the emerging authors, because it's really difficult to get into, the publishing industry. It is one industry that, people don't really know about. So we see a lot of our members, which is our publishing houses, coming, in the upfront by having a lot of programs. There's quite a lot of them that I can mention, that if you go into the website, namely, I know that Via Africa, they have like a program that, you can go and, sort of submit your manuscript, and then from there on, and then they can sort of, guide you into publishing your manuscript. So we see a lot of publishers coming in front just to make sure that, we have emerging writers being published. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me move on to Prof. Lindsay Stibble from UKZN. And let me bring the question to you about literacy tourism. If you can just also similarly draw us into your world to say what is that? I mean, we do know tourism in terms of visiting places. I'm in Durban now, I'm going to see the coast. But in terms of literature and actually participating in or linking it to the tourism space, if you can just paint a picture for us.
beneficial for a new generation to pick it up. All my stuff is online. I've got a PowerPoint somewhere, but there's the website address. If we, I know the tech team's at the back, but I'll try and get it up for you. Because I was just thinking, as both the previous speakers were saying, in a way, literary tourism can do the jump from the word to digital to graphic, because a lot of it's online now. I mean, we devised actual trails. We used to take students and people around Grey Street, in fact, Grey Street, we had a lot of the writers of South African writers of Indian descent, but Steve Biko's Grey Street, actually, too. You know, there's very interesting, we've got tons and tons of people you'll think of as politicians, maybe, or I don't know, BC or whatever it might be, but they were writers too. So if you're interested in the writing side, so that's like the Lutuli Museum up Grafville, Mazizi Kunen in Glenwood. There's nothing for Lewis, but you can go and see his parade. And there are tons of writers, but it can make that jump from the word to a kind of image in your head, I guess. And then certainly digital. I mean, there's a huge online presence. Sorry, could we have next slide? Just in case there's... Yeah, I just want to say much of what I say we condensed into this book called A Literary Guide to KZN. It brings all that we said in 20 years together in this book, and it's by Niall, who was my research assistant for many years, and myself. So if you're interested, I've got a few copies of that. That's Peyton's the obvious one. I'll stop now if you want to carry on. Next slide, maybe. People know Alan Peyton, Cry the Beloved Country. Okay, maybe just stop there, thanks. That's our logo, and that's the website. We've got about 180 author entries. Anyone is linked to KZN, English, isiZulu, Portuguese, French, whatever language people are writing in from this province. And last thing to say, you might say, you know, how is someone a KZN writer? And we kind of quite broad. Either you must be born here, you must have lived here and written about here, and you might have died here. Not all four. Lewis, funnily enough, does all four. Alan Peyton's all four. Most people, though, may be born, go away, do something else, die somewhere else, sadly, hate to mention, but you know what I mean. But anyhow, someone like Angelina Satebe, she was from Inanda Seminary, wrote, but you know, there's Lewis, documentary films. We got a nice film on him when he was here. And trails. Thanks very much. Maybe I'm a stop.
Thank you so much, Prof. I just wanted to go back to you again, Lucia, to say one of the unique things that we have as Africans is content. A lot of literature, a lot of publications have been written about the Western world, or sometimes we have literature about Africa, but it's from a different perspective. So in terms of the work that you do, you did mention that also in the space of vernacular, you use this graphics to be able to depict that. So I just wanted to pick your brain on that to say, how do you bring this amazing African or South African context out? How do you ensure that you also pull it out in spaces maybe where the writers or publishers may be far from reach?
So I went into a bit of a frustrating period several years ago when I would walk into the bookstores, you know, the major bookstores, and I'd look for books in my mother tongue or any other indigenous language. And you'll walk into a big hall, and most of the books are in English, and then the rest in Afrikaans, and then they'll point you to a small corner in the room, and they'll tell you all the other languages are there, okay? And that's like 5% of the books that are in the shop at the time that are in one corner, and they are dedicated to the languages that are indigenous to South Africa, in South Africa. And I thought there was a shame. And it has changed. You know, things have gotten better, but it's still pretty much, it's like you go anywhere and you see welcome or welcome, and it's very difficult to find Wamgelegile. And for me, we need to fix that. So I wrote the book Siyafunda isiZulu mainly, this was in 2015, mainly as a support for schools in Soweto, particularly a school where my mom teaches. So I donated books there. But then people started wanting more of those. And the whole making books process started happening from there, and we made several books since. But the COVID situation also made me realize that we need to expand beyond just the printed books. We need to get the books on a digital platform. In that way, they can reach a much wider audience. Now, this also meant that the type of content needs to be, they say representation matters. Okay, we want, for instance, children to see themselves in the books. We want to create characters, heroes, that look like the children, okay, that have curly hair, brown skin, for the children to aspire to be more. Because I grew up with a lot of books. I was lucky enough because my mom's a teacher. I grew up with a lot of books that are in English, from Europe, and I was seeing blonde kids playing in the snow, and that's okay because my perspective shifts. I get to travel the world in a way, but I never saw myself, hardly ever, and it's something that I felt needed to change for the future generation. Now, the other aspect is that if you go online now and you Google, say, mythology, just type mythology on the search engine, and what will you get? You'll get Greek mythology, you'll get the likes of Zeus and all that, or you get Norse mythology, Thor and stuff, if I've got it correct. But it's very rare that you'll find, when you Google mythology, you won't find Ushaka. And obviously, Ushaka, I suppose, he's more than a myth. We all know that. But who is writing Inzomi? Who is telling the stories of our great people, How will the children who are reading books know about their own people, their own language? And not just reading books. When they go online and they want to watch a film, an animated film, why aren't we showing them an animated film of maybe any of their heroes who are South African or even African? And these are the things that we are trying to shift in what we do. I hope I did answer your question.
You did certainly answer my question. Thank you so much. And I just wanted perhaps to delve on something that you mentioned about the importance of relevance, when people can relate to what they read. I did mention also in the initial part of the previous question, as the issue of context. I think there's a richness that sometimes we tend to miss. And I always say, when we travel the globe, we want to be like everyone else, but sometimes we forget. It sort of affects how we view ourselves and how we sort of identify or link or promote that identity. I know you did touch on it already, but I think I still want that emphasis on that part, and then I will continue.
For me.
I'll give it to Busia again, and then I'll...
Actually, could you just rephrase the question?
The richness of our context, to say, because you're a graphic novelist. How do you promote it? How do you encourage it amongst young people to say, this is who we are, you're helping us love who we are, using the type of space of literature that you play in?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, there are various ways. I mean, say in the 80s, I'm going to touch on the musical side of the arts. Not in the 80s, in the 90s, we had Kwaito. It was a very sort of new form of music at the time, and it had its own style. So you had maybe people like Arthur Mafokate, who were really pioneering the genre. But if you listen to Kwaito today, it's changed. Kwaito is still around. It's just not as as popularly known, of course, Snake Home and Amapiano, but the point is all of these stem from that genre, and it has grown. Now, in a sense, it has become cool. It has stayed relevant, or it has stayed cool anyway. So we still listen to a lot of that. It's the same in literature. We used to have Ubabo Sbusiso Nyembezi, C.L.S. Nyembezi, and he wrote the novels. The one famous one, obviously, Nkinsala Esimgungundlovu, The Rich Man of Peter Maritzburg. But he wrote so many of these books, and I have a great collection of his work, and it is such it's so important what he has done for us, because today I can open a book on Zulu proverbs and I can learn Zulu proverbs, and we needed to continue that in terms of writing and telling stories, and I think today it's still happening. It's probably not popular, but it's happening. In my instance, I've got a term I call Cool Zulu. Okay, I spell it Khul Zulu, one word. I truly believe that as writers, as content creators, we need to reinvent ourselves through our work. In other words, like I could ask anyone in the crowd, what is a tiger in isiZulu? I don't think I'll get an answer. And it's understandable, because it's not like tigers are roaming around Kwanongoma back in those days, right? But why aren't we inventing the name then? What, Sizoibizi tiger? No, let's come up with a name. And these are the sort of things. So the whole idea of Cool Zulu is saying, okay, when I'm in space, what is that thing, isiZulu, Oh, there isn't a name? Well, let's call it, and let's come around, let's discuss it, And this is the thing of trying to keep the language or the culture relevant, is that we need to partake in it, and we need to not be afraid to say, let's do it this way now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Butsia. Kgaugelo, are you still with us online?
Yes, I am.
I just want you to perhaps talk to us about the protection of emerging writers' intellectual property. How do we do that in the current era? I know previously we have literature that's written, and because it's been published, etc., in books, I think that served as a form of IP protection. But now we've got upcoming scripts, like you mentioned earlier. How do we retain that, and how do we protect intellectual property of emerging writers? Thanks.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So of all the intellectual property rights, so maybe I should just start with saying that, intellectual property breaks into different categories, such as copyright, trademark, patent law. So copyright would be the right to control your written words, and then trademark would be the right to control your brand name, logo for a company, and all those other things. And then with patent law, it usually doesn't really apply to authors. But of all these laws that I've mentioned, copyright remains the most significant. And if you know copyright law, it's basically just like an exclusive right granted by law. So basically, it's a legal concept describing the rights given to creators for their literary and artistic works, which includes books, music, works of fine arts such as paintings and sculptures and anything that one can come with. So now, when you come to copyright law, you don't need to even register to protect what you have. So, but what is very important, what emerging writers need to understand, is that a work does not need to be published or made available to the public to be protected. It is protected from its creation. So copyright law protects sort of only the form of expression of ideas, but not the ideas themselves. So for you, in order to have that, protection, you need to have it created in some form. I hope I'm making sense. So in terms of how emerging writers can protect the intellectual, there's quite a lot of ways. And one of the ways that I would literally recommend is to work with sort of reputable publishers or publishing houses. because they know. So working with reputable publishers, it's vital because they understand that it is imperative that they understand that they are more than merely the packager of information, bringing it from like to the marketplace. So the publisher gives substance and they add value to the original creative work, so that the book publishing value chain continues. So if you go into the PASA website, you'll find quite a lot of publishing houses that you can work with as an emerging writers, because then they would have to sort of, with publishing houses, they know what they need to do in terms of developing contracts, in terms of what kind of contracts they need to be there. They need to be so that you can be protected and what you have written and what is put in there is protected. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rachelo. Let me go back to Prof. Lindy around the space of literature and tourism. As a student myself, one of the biggest things that I've found is when we write academic literature, we tend to cite a lot of top-rated journals which are Western. We find the American Journal of Psychology or American. How do you ensure that from a university perspective, we start promoting the referencing of literature that is our own? Because if we constantly want to speak about a South African context, but we are referencing literature or giving relevance to the South African context using Western or American or European literature, are we not missing anything there? How do we ensure that we retain that or bring that into our publications?
Okay, that's an interesting question. From an academic point of view, I guess you often will be doing internet searches, that kind of thing, if you're a student doing papers. And as you were saying, it's whoever comes up first, so that is a problem. I don't know how much students physically use libraries anymore, because that's then if the librarians can make sure they're covering the local or the South African academic journals, they usually would have them, and that's important to do. And then it's up to, I guess, the lecturers to, they need to know who's writing. Because I agree with you, it's really, really important. I mean, we're sitting here on the southern tip of Africa, and sometimes you think we might as well be, I don't know, in New York or wherever. So it is important to encourage local in terms of, national stuff, but also I'm really, really interested in local, which is why, just back to literary tourism, my project was on KZN, because I'm from here, born here, I've lived here, worked here. And I think KZN is often underrated from a literary point of view, whereas I think we're really, really rich. We've got such a sweep of thinking of languages too. I do feel that we don't have enough isiZulu entries on our website. We've encouraged, so if anyone ever wants to suggest writers that we could have represented, I'm very open to, people must just approach us and say, listen, can I give you my little profile? Normally if you Google literary tourism, we come up as one of the first hits, and so it's a useful way of spreading the word. If you are a writer, if you want to get your work out there, it's a free platform. I'm more than happy to put up samples, as long as it's a published work that people can access somehow. Then that's great. And it gives me a lot of pleasure. I mean, I talked about people coming in from maybe overseas conferences and stuff. That's fine if those people want to go to Inanda or wherever they want to go to. But my biggest pleasure in the past has been, you get like local students and they all say, you say, okay, now we're going to go and we're going to do a walking tour around the old Grey Street area. It's like takes 3 hours, and we take books with us and we stop here and we say, okay, now Aziz Hassam's book, The Lotus People, let's read a paragraph. And we're standing there and he's discussing Madrasa Arcade, and people think we're all mad. And we probably are mad, but it's terrific to get like really our local students to be able to say, I didn't know that. That's amazing. I think we live in an interesting place. And they're not frightened either. You go in a group and you can walk around and there's I don't know, people are just welcoming and they say, what are you doing here? Why are you reading? Why are you stopping outside my store? And you'll say, you don't know it, but then there's a book called Flat 9 and your shop is in one of the short stories and here's a little extract and you read it and they go, really? So and my best actually is for us all to know who our writers are. And I wish, there was once a project, and I think it would be really nice if we could do it, to get the libraries back on board, to say, like, if you go to KwaMashu Library or whoever, whatever branch library, these are our writers, you know. Here's examples, here's some pictures, or I don't know, here's some books that we hold, or any, you know, go to the main library, Pietermaritzburg. It's called Bessie Head Municipal Library. Bessie Head, we don't think of as KZN, but she was born in Pietermaritzburg. So they've named, the municipality named the library after her. Okay, she was only here, 18 or so years, and then she went off to Botswana, and she's, you know, a huge African literature writer. But we must claim her. She was born here, you know. So people maybe don't know who Bessie Head is, but, you know, we need to know who all these people are. I know Mzizi Konene's family is still, they run, I don't know if it's still open to the public, but it's a terrific resource if you're interested. He was Poet Laureate of Africa, Mzizi Konene. You know, he was big, he was a really big figure for us. I don't know, there's all sorts of people. You can wander around Durban, and that's my best thing, is you just take us. Like, if we could all get up now and just walk around and say, okay, Durban Station, who's written about it? Are there any short stories about the station? Graphic novelists, I don't know, is anyone doing anything digital about, you know, the spoken word? You know, there used to be a big thing I'm going back now, like the Staff Rider drum era, where there were things called train stories, you know, stories about stuff that happened on the trains, because it was the big commute always in and out of Joburg. You know, like there've got to be train stories, I presume. I don't know, I just haven't done the research, but there's beachfront stories, there's, I don't know, go much further afield, there's Ishawe stories.
Thank you so much. I can actually attest, because coming into KZN, so I was in Gauteng, it's a culture-rich province. You know, I would be traveling with my colleague and we're doing site visits. It's like every corner has a story. And I've always found it fascinating. You go into meetings, everybody has his tagazel. We would have clan praise names, but not necessarily to an individual. If you go into the depth of it and the meaning and where it comes from, it's so rich. And I think it's one of the things that it becomes definitely necessary for us to retain in our day and culture. I'm going to ask an open-ended question, and I think it's to all the panelists. If you want to go first, it's fine. The meta platforms, we are currently trying to integrate the mature generation and the younger generation. That the beauty of the integration between these different generations. How do meta platforms, spaces such as Twitter, Facebook, all these other social media, WhatsApp, how do we bring them on board in terms of promoting local literature? And I just want to add this point to say, I wake up and I open my phone. Sometimes, especially as the younger generation, we find it easier to just scroll through and read a short paragraph. How do we create that integration so that we create a consistent interest of our own literature? Can I start with you?
Sure, that's a very good question. And by the way, I didn't know Bessie was born in Durban. Ah, that's interesting. You should claim it. On the matter of the metaverse, as you put it, it's something that I've been working on for the past year or so. Any artist here or anyone who's into the whole metaverse concept will know about non-fungible tokens, NFTs. And when I got introduced into NFTs, this is last year, and I'll explain what NFTs is in a sec. When I got introduced to it, I was very skeptic. Okay, I come from a traditional, just publish a hard copy and find a way to sell it. And it got to a point where, because of COVID, it's very hard to move around objects. So we need to put stories on the screen so that they reach the market. And now, and they call that, for instance, the YouTubes and all that stuff, Vimeo, wherever you get to watch film or videos, They call it Web 2.0. Now, the whole metaverse situation started happening and started booming a few years ago. Obviously, in Europe. Now it's in Africa, and not NFTs have become a big thing. Specifically, when you start getting into Twitter and you get into these rooms where they chat, right, about NFTs, even the clubhouses. Now it's moved on to Web 3.0. That's what they call it. And what is an NFT? A non-fungible token is basically something that cannot be replaced. Am I saying it correct? So, for instance, if I make a piece of art, whether it's a digital, maybe I've done it digitally, or I've painted it using normal paint, or I've drawn it using a pencil, I can then put it up on a platform online, and I can sell it using Ethereum or crypto. Let me just use crypto for the sake of explaining the concept. Now, this is not an art piece that you can take and put it on your wall at home. It's an art piece that stays on the metaverse. In other words, it stays on the internet, but it's valuable and it's yours, and you can resell it, and like normal art is. How do we transition stories from analog to not only just digital, but to the metaverse, to NFTs? That's very hard. I've been trying to do that, and firstly, the barrier of entry is the problem right now. For instance, if you want to go into the Web 3.0 universe, just to get and contracts and all this stuff, you can easily spend $500,000 just to put your art there and have a website so that people can buy it. Why? Because most of the people who are building this space are overseas. So when you speak to them and you need the software done for you, they're charging in dollars. So right now, it's a market that, as Africans, we really need to tap into, but we need to be able to build it ourselves, if I may say that. And we need to be able to put our stories on it, because what's happening is that we are being left behind. We don't even have enough stories of our own on the internet as it is. I mean, even if you just go to YouTube, in fact, just give a child a tablet and tell them to go onto YouTube and watch something. 9 times out of 10, they'll watch a show that's in English that is probably American, and they can't help it, but it's our job, and we can't expect anyone else to do it for us. Likewise, with the metaverse, we need to say, okay, we want our own stories in the metaverse. Let's get together and let's figure out how to do that, because no one else will do that for us.
Thank you. I'd like to pose the same question to Prof and Mr. Schauchelo online. So can I just start with you, Prof?
Agreed. NFTs are really fascinating. I mean, I'm old enough that I have a child who's very interested in NFTs. Just as a question maybe back to you, I've never understood, like, say you've got your graphic novel, say you uploaded it as an NFT. If you do it, it's okay, but if someone else did it, how do you benefit from that? I mean, it's more like pieces of art. If you're not the artist, do copyright, not copyright, but would some portion of the proceeds every time it's sold on, would that come back to you?
Yes, that's a very good question, Lindy. It's like you say, you upload portions of the story, and you could, for instance, put a royalty fee on it. Okay. So if I decide to sell it for 1 Ethereum, I don't know, I haven't checked the facts, so please rather do the research yourself. Hypothetically, 1 Ethereum could be worth, say, $3,000. And then you do the math, how much that would be in rands. Now, if I upload something and I sell it for that 1 Ethereum, but then I put a royalty fee behind it that says, you can now own this, but if you decide to sell it, I can take 10%. And the cool thing about the metaverse is that I can sell any artwork that I own, and I can sell it multiple times. Now, if I'm selling your art and I'm selling it multiple times, you'll keep getting those royalties. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thanks. But I suppose on this KZN literary tourism site, we've always had a digital presence in terms of we've had it started really with a website because that was the easiest way to have it as a teaching medium way back when. So as I say, everything was for free downloaded. We put up all these author profiles. We had documentary films that we made on various people and put up. In fact, a really interesting one at the time was, she's not local in that born or anything like that, but she wrote, Marguerite Poland wrote 2 books, Abundant Herds and Recessional for Grace, based here. And we did a wonderful documentary with her. Abundant Herds was about going through a whole herd of cattle and looking at isiZulu naming practices for cattle and looking at anyway, it was a beautiful film. So all these things were for free download. What I liked particularly, I mean, the most excited I got was we had a map. And when I say had, that was with KZN Tourism. Whether they still have it, I do not know. But it's a map of KZN, and you could have, say, a name like whoever. You wanted Mandlalanga. And it would hover over where he's from, and you could click on it, and it would, do the usual expanding into facts about him, an extract from him. So it was a whole online map that you could find writers from this province. In terms of Twitter, Facebook, I've had research assistants who've helped, and they've monitored, done a Twitter feed. It's for things more like if you've got a book launch coming up, or a writer's got something newsworthy, or have you thought of this, or a new poem or something. And I would always encourage people who wanted to get their stuff out there, send us your poetry. It might be, I don't know, terrible, it might be fine, but it'll get to an audience. Yeah, so we've had Twitter and a Facebook feed, and that was really quite successful. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sis Gagelo online, if you can just also give us your views on the topic itself.
I think when somebody thinks of literature, they automatically develop a notion and start thinking of a large libraries and a huge pile of books. And now we see young people forming book clubs, buying books, more specifically books, that are written by African authors, analyzing these books. And I mean, literature is not complete if it hasn't been read and critiqued by the readers. And this phenomenon of criticizing has been brought to a next level by social media, So nowadays people are sort of analyzing the books of many authors through social media, which means that social media has provided a platform to discuss various elements of books to a wide range of readers, which was absent, in the earlier time. So social media basically has provided a literary platform for the dissemination, So we see a lot of these things happening. Being bought, we see a lot of interest, in the literature environment. And I feel like we're not there yet completely, but we are heading towards a very positive direction, by using social media as a tool, because I mean, literature itself, it's a media tool to sort of, send communication to other people, and using that with social media, it will basically get many emerging writers out there, many authors out there that have published books, that are not known. And with the interest that we're having as young people in South Africa, young people in Africa, into African literature, and using that with social media, I think we're really, really heading towards a very positive direction as a country.
Thank you so much, Gagelo. So that we just don't make it an on-stage conversation, I'm going to allow for questions from the audience. So I'll note that by raise of hands, you can direct the questions to any of the panelists on stage. Any questions?
Sanibonani. Igama lami uThabo Mhlamvu. Can I please ask laphayana uthena mfethu if you want to send your stuff to this NFT, there's no like entry level. It's only one thing for professionals. Like for example, if I want to, there's no like, for example, with media, I'm in film and television. So if someone comes to me and say, hey, I want to be on this space, I can just say, you know what, instead of waiting for broadcasters and big places like and SAPC, just go to YouTube, then learn from there, post your stuff. Is going to Web 3.0 the only way? There's no like entry level whereby you can just start there. It's only one thing. Like for yeah.
Okay, ngiyabonga mfethu. Bani igama? Uthabo. Ngiyabonga Thabo. If I understand your question correctly, ngizozama uku-explain. Ungena kuma-NFTs, you don't need to be a professional ndondon. You know, you don't have to have degree. You just need to be doing art. And art in a sense, which it could be music, it could be film, photography, noma yini. Okay. In fact, in the metaverse, they're even selling houses, you know, virtual houses. You can buy a virtual house and just own it on the internet and resell it. And how you make your money, you connect that to a wallet, which is linked to their account on the metaverse. They generally call it the rainbow wallet. And you get your Ethereum Lapo, and then you can convert that into Imali. That's okay. So anyone, in terms of anyone who wants to enter that space can, anytime. You don't have to be at a certain level or have any qualifications. Nguphendulile umbuzo wakho. Yeah.
Sign up. Can just go and sign up to Instagram. Where do I go and sign up now?
Yeah, good question, Thabo. Okay, so maninga ma platform. So for instance, social media. We have different platforms. We have Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Gonke. And you choose what's your vibe. Now, in terms of the metaverse, you get similar platforms as Hlugile, and they serve a different purpose. So for instance, there's OpenSea. OpenSea, you can Google OpenSea. You'll see Lapo, as soon as ungena Lapo, you'll see there's a lot of art by different people all around the world. And you'll see it's marked up by Ethereum, nan. Now, you need to create an account Lapo, and then you can put up your work. But when you put up your work, there's a process called minting. Minting process is when you actually have to buy, it's almost like you have to buy the privilege to actually sell. And it's not cheap, and in Akona, you need to know when to buy because, you know, like my exchange rates, it fluctuates. You could spend a lot of money, it's called gas. You could spend a lot of money just so you could plug yourself onto the thing, you know. Now, I'm not really well versed in this space. I only started looking into it, so I advise that you actually start Googling and finding out what NFTs do and all that. So Zining, others, you need to be invited to come onto their platform. Like Origin, I think. But Maning, you just need to Google. But I would suggest to call it OpenSea, 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 and then see what you can do with that.
Thank you so much, Butsi. I think there was a hand. Over to you, sir.
Hi everyone, Sanbonani. I'm Kamalang Gobanele Shabalala. I actually have more of a comment versus a question. When it comes to crypto, to the gentleman there who's actually very much interested, the possibilities are actually quite endless. I also recently took some time to actually look into cryptography and its current form and the blockchain and how it actually works and the abilities that you actually unlock when it comes to a smart contract, for instance. Because we've had so many instances, especially in the creative industry, whereby one party says, no, but I thought I was agreeing to this, and the other party says, no, but you signed for this, and I agree with this. And at certain intervals, it has gone so badly that you would see two original signatures in two different kind of contracts. And there's been issues with that. When you look at cryptography and the blockchain, the capabilities of a smart contract, whereby it's actually a contract which you cannot change once you actually go into it and you agree to it. I see a sense of, I'm a geek, guys, by the way. I'm a geek and I love the arts. I started with the arts, then I started breaking a few computers and then I became a geek while I was at it. But when you marry the two, it gives us some capabilities which allow us as a creatives to actually own our own art and the ability to actually create money from that. I think the most crudest form you can look at from a digital perspective is Spotify and Apple Music. For the first time, when you look at even your likes of, I think I saw them here, so I'll mention them by name, CD Baby. For the first time, you could actually bypass a big corporate, the likes of EMI and all of them. I'm not going to continue down the line. But for the first time, we actually owned our own music. Royalties, you signed up front. It was an easy to understand language. It wasn't jargon. And it's also easy to get it's also easy for you to actually get your payments. And you know exactly when you're getting your payments, how much it is, and if there are any deductions, you know beforehand. And I have never come across anybody, I'm yet to see it, who has actually said, no, but I didn't sign for this with CD Baby or this other platform or this other platform. But somehow when we still stick to traditional ways whereby it's a contract between you and I, which we draft out, there's always arguments, which I find a bit interesting, but it's also quite exciting because when you look at it from a perspective of arts and culture and tourism, it unlocks certain things we can do. And I just hope there isn't anybody else who has a hand up. I'm about to take all your time. Huh? I'm excited with the entire conversation. Prof, you touched on tourism and you were looking at routes, right? I think if I remember correctly, you were talking about travel routes, right? Am I correct?
About what? About travel?
What you talked
Travel
about
books.
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking about people traveling on these walking trails maybe, or they could be trails that you can just do from your armchair to in your head.
All right, okay, cool. So the one thing which okay guys, I do quite a lot, so I'm not gonna go into it, but on your end, there's one thing which I'm trying to do with Zululand. There's a place called Ngodini Bundus there. And at this current moment, we're having conversations with another institution. I'm not going to mention because you're from UKZN. But the idea was basically to told us that human interaction is very important. And I think you can never, almost never, ever replace that human touch. But technology allowed us to actually do tours, virtual tours. So right now we're in talks of actually filming the entire area, and then we can actually have a person sitting in the comfort of their own home. It could be Wandengezi, it could be Emlazi, it could be Nongoma, and you can actually put on your Gear VR on, and you can literally tour an entire place. In the future, what I envision is what we're going to probably do is we're probably going to have drones which you can drive. So imagine going onto your Oculus VR. You actually fly your own drone. You actually do a full-on tour of a game reserve or you do a hike from your own comfort of your own home. That also unlocks the capabilities that you actually have with people who are immobile. So people are on wheelchairs. Now they can actually go hiking from the comfort of their own home. So it's those things we're actually looking at. So I'm actually quite interested. As I was diving in, I'm not going to take your time anymore. Thank you. Before you cut me, I don't want you to play the music.
Thank you so much, Mutwam. We truly appreciate that. The beauty of these conversations is that they also become educational, not just to the audience, but to us as well, because we form part of the community. I just want to see if there are any other hands. So you decided not to ask a question anymore.
Thank you very much. My name is Sakelem Zalazala. I just wanted to comment on what my brother was saying in terms of most of these new technological stuff are coming from overseas. You know, it's true, but we've got so many engineers now, so many people who are doing stuff, you know. We've got people who are designing websites, you know, and ever since this fourth industrial revolution where now we are digitizing everything, I always feel like everything is turning into, it goes into English. You know, we forget to translate things, you know, for our people, because you find out that the same history that we are talking about, that we have, there's someone somewhere in the rural areas who have it, who wants to share it, but then the problem is they can't express it in English, you know, but we have it in Zulu. And another one wants to read about that, but when you go online, you always find English. I've been fighting with the company that, actually it was not even a fight, but I was suggesting with the company that I'm working for, that I've got so many people who are doing Maskandi, who never went to school, but they want to upload their music. They want to open up accounts, but when they get to the website, it's still English. So I just want to know if, like, in what you are doing, is there anything that you are like working on in terms of translations, in what you already have that is out there, but can I still get it in what you already have that is out there, but participate with you? Thank you. Able to read it and able to participate with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think also in the interest of time, I will allow Utsia for you to take the question. I'll actually allow all the participants, the panelists, to just tap into that or respond to that question. But also coupled with that, if you can just share with us your parting shots, because in the interest of time, we're about to go to our leg stretch break to allow for the next session.
Well, thanks for the question, brother. Yes, it is true that a lot of content online, in fact, almost everywhere is in English. I mean, we are talking in English, Konamanch, right? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Inkinga is when we who are able to actually put content out there, we are not doing it in our languages. It's one thing, and then we translate. Kodwa, we need to remember, our languages carry the history of its people. So if we want to write in English, we are writing within the boundaries and cultures of English people. And to say that we'll just translate it, okay, kodwa, if ngibhala ngesiZulu mhlambe ngithi hamba ubeke indlebe laphaya, it's not the same in English, you know. So there are nuances that we need to be aware of when we put content out there. Sibhale ngesiZulu kuqala, not English and then translate. That's my thing. And parting shots, I'm seeing some school people here. It's nice that you're here, and if you're into the arts, I encourage you. And yeah, if you have questions pertaining arts, Nanani, I'm available. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Witsia. Can we go to you, Prof. Lindy?
Yeah, I think really good question about language as well, because I think part of the beauty of this province, besides all our terrific writers and artists, is we've got languages. And we mustn't, English is often the sort of common language maybe, or the language sometimes we use on these platforms, but it's really, really important to make sure that all the languages are heard. And I think what's brilliant about literary tourism, say, if you even took an area like Zululand, we've just talked about Zululand, you know, people are coming at Zululand from different language groups, and they see it. Some things will be the same and some things will be really different, because language carries culture, and you know, you'll come at things, and there'll be class distinctions, there'll be you know, all different kind, gender, all sorts of things might be different, but you'll
have your comments and your parting shots.
Yeah, you know, I think I agree with what Sia said earlier on about language development in South Africa. We still have a long way as a country to develop our own indigenous language. You know, during the week, I read an article that the Minister of Education and her team, they want to sort of have African languages implemented in the schools so that they can be used as a learning, as a language of learning and a language of teaching. And for me, I think that is a very big step towards, having our languages, out there. But the problem is the development of language. Like Sia said, if I ask you what is a tiger in isiZulu, what would you say? And we struggle in Setswana, Sesotho, Tshivenda, Xitsonga. We don't have many things that we can name in our own languages. So the problem starts there. And I think if we can get it right, and like Sia said, and we get together in a room, and if we have identified words that do not exist in our languages, then we develop those words, then that would be our starting point into making sure that we have things not translated, but written in our own language. So cutting short, in terms of copyright law, like I said, for emerging writers and authors, it's very important to work with reputable publishers. If you're going to self-publish your work, because self-publishing is also in, make sure that you work with like reputable editors, reputable typesetters, people, suppliers that are well known and they've done work before. But most importantly, just connect yourself, go to the PASA website, like I said, connect yourself with book publishers that I know, because us as book publishers, we are cultural agents and transmitters of ideas. And our obligation is to make sure that, your rights are protectors as much as ours. So having said that, I wish all the emerging writers all the best, and I'm hoping to see more stories coming out in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To my amazing panelists, thank you so much for forming part of the conversation. Also inspiring ideas, because I think that's the beauty of communication. There's a whole lot of comments and contributions that came up from this conversation that I believe that will continue. A conversation is always the starting point of anything great. So thank you so much for your participation. Truly appreciate the time. And I think for this session, it would be appropriate for me to close it in my native language, Ke a leboga. Can I just make an announcement? There's just one mental health session that's happening today. So starting at 11 o'clock till 1:30. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga futhi. Okay, we're going to welcome Unjebo to come on stage to perform for us. Thank you so much, and do enjoy.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual Kzn Kwande Fest, Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling spaces, pop-up recording studio, bookshop, fashion extravaganza, live performances, tech and innovation pod, and much more. Be a part of disruptive greatness from the 17th to the 19th of March at the Station Urban Event Space in the city of Durban. Register, follow and like us on all social media platforms and catch all 3 days streaming on YouTube and Facebook. For more information on activities, Kzn Kwande Fest, wealth through creativity.
Hello. There.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual Kzn Kwande Fest, Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling spaces, pop-up recording studio, bookshop, fashion extravaganza, live performances, tech and innovation pod, and much more. Be a part of disruptive greatness from the 17th to the 19th of March at the Station Urban Event Space in the city of Durban. Register, follow and like us on all social media platforms and catch all 3 days streaming on YouTube and Facebook. For more information on activities, Kzn Kwande Fest, wealth through creativity.
which means wealth in isiXhosa. The song that I'm going to do next is called Amatambo.
Ubondilinda Louder. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Yes. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubuhle bendoda zinkomo zayo. Ubuhle bendoda zinkomo zayo. Hey, ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. That's it. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Ubandilinda, ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Isaqoqele linkomo zelobonana. Ubandilinda wezana lwam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bendicela nilandele na social media, Instagram, all social medias. Mudyebo, NDYEBO, music, one word. Thank you so much.
anyone hear me?
Like a bank between you and the river of death. Now death has dampened this ritual. We mourn alone. The neighbors lift their own arms to relieve the water in their lungs. We are all drowning. This flood has reached into the inner rooms and quenched lives young and old.
Hello, I'm not, am I speaking to anybody? Is there anyone there? Can anyone hear me?
Here in the it's written Miss Malange man jwayele ukuthi usisnise since 20-30 years ago usisnise. And then online we have J Patha, Mr. J Patha. Our topic for this session is on the lockdown effect on the performing arts and the future. I know that the theme of this conference focuses on the issue of expanding. And it says expanding, we obviously are not wanting to expand the negative effects of the lockdown. We want to expand the positive effects. And so just to lay the scene, I want to do a quick presentation. If they could load the presentation quickly so that I lay the scene around the lockdown issues and the impact of the lockdown broadly on the economy, especially the arts economy. And then our panelists will then deal with how they've been working through the lockdown, the experiences, the impact it has had, and what do we take away from that, and how do we expand from that period. If they could load the presentation. Norma, where are you? Are we loading the presentation? Okay, so the presentation on slide. Maybe a quick overview is that the cultural and creative industries economy of South Africa is a fairly substantial contributor to GDP. At 1.7%, it is higher than the agriculture's contribution to GDP of about 1%. Yes, agriculture is important because it's about food security, but it is 1%. You'll also see that the performing arts, the focus of this panel is also another major contributor to the GDP of the country. Next slide, please. And the COVID impact. When we look at the cultural sector and even the sports sector, you're talking about 1.2 billion employed in this sector and about 350 billion per annum that has been lost through the lockdown, the initial lockdowns particularly. For 20 months, obviously, there was these major lockdowns and events could not take place. And now, also, remember that with events and cultural creative industries is that it is not only the artist's income, it is the income of the people who sell the tickets, it's the income of the stage managers, it's the income of the sound providers across the value chain. This is what has been lost due to the lockdown. Next slide, please. I can't see that, but I'll try. But with the lockdown, the impact has been very strong on the sectors that are face-to-face, wherein we have to perform, we have to be on stage, or wherein we need an audience to be in the theater. Take, for instance, television. At level 5, very much almost level 4, television production was opened up because they could still shoot with COVID protocols and there was no audience, so therefore there was no risk. So television already, level 4 was opened up for series to now to be shot and continue shooting. But theater, music festivals, where it's face-to-face, where there's a need for audience, the impact of COVID has been stronger on that. So your television, your films, really the impact has been less. Next slide, please. That just gives a sort of a graphic, a probability of impact in terms of ranking. Again, your performing arts, the impact of COVID is higher, while for the visual arts, yes, the visual artists want to paint, want their studios, but at least if the works are in galleries, they're still able to sell. But again, from a workspace, the impact has also been there. Next slide, please. It's a blank slide, it's fine, we can proceed to the... and so this slide is just really about how this experiential sector is important to engage with audiences, it's important to engage with people, and therefore, even if you go online, currently the issue about online access is a challenge. Next slide, please. This is from a study we did as small business about recovery from COVID. Many small businesses, possibly 1 in 3, have said that in the different phases of the lockdown, they could not sell, they could not operate. Others began to sell towards October, November 2020, when the lockdown was getting less severe. Next slide, please. And again, here is another sad state. Somehow, COVID impact has been stronger on women and young people in terms of those small businesses that have to, or businesses in the arts also, these are businesses that have to actually be, to operate and recover. Next slide, please. One of the things then that has been discussed has been about how we open up the sector. There's been proposals about how we gradually reopen the sector because other sectors has opened, but the sectors that we are told that they should be crowds or audiences are the ones that even have remained locked down for longer. Mining opened up already in level 5. Films opened up in level 4. But the performing arts space, music concerts, all that has not opened. And the sector has been making proposals. Issue is being like, how do we control crowds? How do we deal with access control, use ticket management? There's been an issue that alcohol is a driver of bad behavior at festivals. How do you manage that? So this has also been proposals now by the sector to government to say, we can manage events. We've managed large events where we have to ensure safety, and therefore this sector must open. Next slide, please. So the proposal that has been made on the table has been that we open up 2,000 people in the first phase. This was supposed to happen by October last year. It happened in November. The next phase was opening up to 10,000 people, which was supposed to be in March. The next phase was then 10,000 upwards in April, and hopefully by June 2022, full capacity opening. There's proposal that we could do this with vaccines or not with vaccines. And the idea is that why England stadiums are now full is that they have almost 80% vaccination. And so they could go and open fully. And so the sector has been saying, we want to work. Okay, tell everyone in the sector, let's vaccinate or not vaccinate, because we need to work. And so this basically just quickly lays the foundation that economically, the sports, creative, cultural sector has lost quite a substantive income for the artists, but even people who are like ushers and etc. And there is a need to really move forward to further open up the sector. And the impact, as we've said, has been stronger on the sectors that are face-to-face, like theater and performing arts. That for me is just to lay the foundation for the discussion, and then to bring in our speakers. We're going to start with Mr. George Mhlanguli, and ask you to introduce yourself, and then maybe already begin to talk to how running what is called the backyard theater in the township, the challenges that you face through lockdown, and how you've managed those challenges, and how coming out of that we're looking into the future. Over to you, George. Mr. Mhlanguli. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Firstly, I want to once again thank the Kwande Fest team for the invite. I feel so blessed and honored to be here, all the way from Cape Town. However, I'm sad a little bit. This is a very powerful festival, and the attendance, you understand, I feel sad that many people are not here, because it's not just any festival, but a very informative festival. So I just so wish when the Kwande Fest go back to the drawing board, they can also look at how to make this festival more accessible, so that we can get more people coming in, because this is one of the festivals that I think it can be a game changer into our art sector. So thank you very much, guys, for inviting me. My name is Mhlanguli George. I was born in Grahamstown, today known as Makhanda. I grew up in King Williamstown, but I'm based in Cape Town. I'm a theater director, I'm a theater writer, I choreograph, I teach. I also am a guest teacher at UCT School of Dance. I love theater, and I love to challenge myself, and I love to explore a lot. And that's why 2012 I started this model of theater called Theater in the Backyard. But before I can talk about theater in the backyard, can you guys please just play the video, please? Just to give the taste of what is theater in the backyard.
Oh, mama, now don't see that.
Oh, tata, chuma manditi, mulani bai. Oh, mama, you feel it down.
Ukuje namla matatu.
Benemene jaya, benemene jaya mita, benemene jaya. Benemene jaya, benemene jaya mita, benemene jaya.
Thank you for being with me from then. Now.
But we are really practically, like literally creating stories in people's backyard. So this idea came to me in 2012 as an artistic curiosity of wanting to know what is happening in people's backyard. And of course, looking at new ways of creating theater and also finding new spaces of creating productions and showcasing our works. Because we have a challenge in our communities, we don't have spaces to showcase our works. The community halls and the centers that in our communities is for churches and community meetings, you understand? So it was about creating new spaces and also taking theater close to the people. So I used to say theater in the backyard, in short, it's a new model of theater, although it's not new, it's more than 10 years. This year we are celebrating 10 years. It's a model of theater that reveals secrets of the backyard. But today, under theater in the backyard, we talk of decolonization, we talk of accessing theater more, you understand? Because really, sometimes our parents, they struggle to go and watch theater because maybe the ticket will be 120 and this person needs to take a taxi to go and to watch the show. So we've created in the backyard 2012 in looking at all those challenges and try to find solutions in between. So I go into people's yard and then I sit down with families and ask them if I can use the backyard. And of course, every yard do have the backyard, but the backyard are not the same. So it also depends on what the story I want to create in that backyard. And also I wanted to go beyond the word performance and create theater that everyone will understand, not only artists can understand. Because sometimes I observe in our theaters, if I go and watch a dance piece, for example, in the auditorium you will see dancers. Same as if you go and watch an acting piece, a theater piece, you see theater makers, because we always create very complex productions whereby our parents don't understand. So kunzimuza no mama no tamkulu no makulu, because I understand every time after the show, our grandparents will say, hey, these people can dance, they can act, but what was the story? So they don't relate. So in theater in the backyard, we are trying to bring back, because theater has been there even way before I was born, you understand? But it's just that now they modernize it and make it too complex for our parents and people in our communities to understand. So we try by all means to create productions that also our people can relate to and also bring back the theater in our communities actually. And in Theater in the Backyard also what I wanted to do is to break the theater rules, because in Theater in the Backyard there's no auditorium, there's no stage, actors and the audience, they live in one space. But over the years I've just noticed that also through Theater in the Backyard I'm creating communities, you understand, in another level, in a sense that when we work in people's yard, and then even if maybe the neighbors were not talking, the minute there's too much traffic, you understand, in one of the yards, and then the curiosity is starting to develop, and then people will start to want to know more what is happening in that yard, you understand. And sometimes because of we always have like 100% audience, because of people really they want to see what are we doing, they're always curious to see. So people always come in numbers, and then if maybe people will come with a lot of cars, and then the owner of the yard needs to go and knock, you understand, to the neighbor and say, we're going to use your parking. So that interaction is starting to happen more, you understand. So if I can talk about the challenges during lockdown, of course, we've been facing challenges before lockdown in our South African arts and culture. Before lockdown, lockdown makes things more worse. You understand? But I think during lockdown, we had an opportunity also of sitting down and rethink and strategize more. You understand? And of course, of sitting down, writing more stories. I think I was lucky enough during level 5. I got commissioned by German radio to adapt Theater in the Backyard stories and make it more radio drama, kind of. You understand? So we're busy doing that during level 5, and then we go to level 4 and level 3. And then I got a funding to do some collaboration with other people. And then I went to Mpumalanga, Emalahleni, and worked with Nyatela Arts there. And then we did some workshop introducing Theater in the Backyard, Emalahleni. And it was so amazing that even that time, there were still some pressure in terms of creative, that they don't have spaces to create shows, because it was, the lockdown was still tough. You understand, the social distancing and stuff. But we're lucky enough, because of also we are outside, managed to do the social distancing and stuff. So lockdown, yes, it was tough, but also it put more layers. For instance, now we are also doing productions live, and then we are forced, because of this COVID, to do the online as well. So that's another layer that this COVID has introduced us, forcefully so. But it's nice that also we are creating archives, because we used to create our shows and just perform our shows, and then we don't document our work. You understand? And we need to document our work so that even after 50 years, the work is still there. And then 2018, we were invited at the National Arts Festival, and for the first time, here in the Backyard, invited at the National Arts Festival, we performed as a main program. And then this year, we're celebrating 10 years of Theater in the Backyard. And then we did a festival called Theater in the Backyard Mobile Festival, first edition. So also in Theater in the Backyard, it gave me a platform of collaborating with many people. I've worked with Ubaba Vincent Manzoy, and I've worked with Ubaba Alfred Hindle and John Lennon. So it also created a platform whereby it doesn't limit me to work with other people. And I think in terms of looking for future, in terms of arts and culture, we need more of that, collaboration and more networking. And also we need more support from our government. Because I believe ShopRite and Pick n Pay, they don't develop audience before they open their shops, but they make the product available. So if we can make the product available as creatives, but of course we need support from the government. We need funding, and not funding just to just to make us quiet, but to really maintain our projects and programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Mhlanguli. Just before you put the mic down, I want to ask two quick questions. Cape Town has the Baxter Theatre, Artscape. All of those institutions are heavily funded by government. Are you not be able to access them? Do they not understand your stories? Because why not still? Because those are state institutions. Why not access those venues still? Not that you stop doing backyard. Why not access them? Don't they understand you?
Of course, we always apply, and the issue will be one: there's no funding. That's the only answer. Yeah, and there's no funding, and we always apply to those theaters. We go and try to create collaborations with them. We attend their shows, and we try to understand which steps, you understand, that one must take to showcase the work there. But there's always the challenge of there's no funding at the moment.
Just following up on that, what if you just want the space and you don't want the money?
Just creating new spaces and taking theater closer to the people. You understand? Yeah. I think that's another reason that we don't always knock on their doors today.
No, thanks, George. I think there was some people sometimes talking about how we create alternative spaces, taking theater to the people. My only worry is that it's still government money funding those spaces. They are also our spaces. Maybe just to then to bring in Ms. Mpume Mtombeni, almost on a similar discussion point, your journey through lockdown as a theater performer and how you're able to overcome the challenges, and if you could introduce yourself, and then really go back into the topic. Over to you, ma'am. I think there might be a button there, or if not, we can.
One, oh, 1, 2. 1, 2. Thank you. I greet everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Mhlanganisi, usihlanganisa la. And thank you, wenza umsebenzi wakho, and thank you to the Kwande Festival people who invited us. Just to mention one thing that I wouldn't have known about this conference have not been invited. And it worries me because it's only then that I went into like social media. I went to Facebook and checked. I went and I checked the website. I'm like, oh, okay. But then I'm like, this festival is very important to us as artists. There's a lot to gain here, but most of us don't know. Yeah, that worried me. All right, to get to the topic, my name is Mpume Mtombeni. I'm a theater performer. I'm a teacher. I'm a healer. I'm a shaman. Yeah, I work with words. I perform, and that's how I heal people, by the words coming from my mouth. I'm also a researcher. I'm also a TV actor sometimes, but more especially my work involves theater and social issues that are in our communities. I'm part of I'm part of a theater company called Empire Theater that we started with Neil Coppen and Dylan McGarry when we saw a gap. We saw that research that goes to universities, they just stay there in their shelves and nobody reads them, except for that one person who's doing maybe some research and they are doing their masters or something and they're looking into reading what's happening. So we saw that gap, that research, some of it is very important. We collaborated with DUT, Social Sciences Department, on their first project, which was dealing with street-level drug use in the community. So we took research, and we had researchers from DUT to go into the field and collect stories of addicts, the police, the doctors, the policymakers. Yeah, so that's where our methodology was born, that we collect these stories and we sit around in a circle and we put these stories on stage so that everyone can reflect. We have everyone involved in that topic so that everyone, after the performance, we're facilitating a discussion between those people. So that is the work that I'm doing at the moment. And During lockdown, sashayeka kakhulu, all of us, because we had just received funding in our company to do, because we developed a methodology called Empatheater, which is using storytelling in a theatrical manner to promote ecological and social justice. So we had just received funding to teach this methodology and then to create these stories, starting from, we received funding from One Ocean Hub, starting from South Africa, and then from South Africa we were going to go to Ghana, Malawi, Solomon Islands, and Fiji. All these places have like the coastlines around them. So we ended up creating a production called Lalela Ulwandle, which means listen to the sea. Stories that were collected there from people who are living beside the ocean, and the importance of the ocean to the people, to everyone involved, including surfers, lifeguards, the traditional healers who are using the ocean. We collected all those stories, even with the people who are making these laws, these policies, and the people who were removed in some of the areas because whoever wanted to build their businesses there, or they wanted to build there, and they forcefully removed people. So we collected all, and by that time, it was the time of the court case around the drilling of the ocean, the offshore drilling that was going to be happening 60 kilometers from our coastline. So there was a big story about that and people fighting for justice. We were talking with the fishers as well, who were doing fishing, and so we facilitated that production. So lockdown came, and we had like performances that we were going to do internationally. We were going to perform for the UN and the social justice conference. So all that had to be postponed. So that was work for the artists that we had also employed. So they had to lose that job. The funding was cut. We had to stop everything, and we had to rethink on how are we going to move forward. Because now we have people that are trusting us that they were going to earn a living by doing this project. Now that has to stop. And when we heard about something like relief funds, that was from the government or something, and that thing was a confusion. There was a lot of like paperwork that we had to prove. Like, do I qualify for this? Do I not qualify? Where do I find this paperwork? And you know, as artists and paperwork, it's just, you know, we hate doing those paperwork things. You know, we just tell us to perform. That's what we do. That's what we know. So, I didn't even apply on that thing because I didn't know whether I qualified or who qualifies. Am I like qualified as an artist? Am I that artist that can apply? What, you know, so it was confusing. But so what became, we started strategizing and thought, okay, there's this something that we didn't know about, like things like podcasts. Okay, why don't we take our play that we have and just record it? Hire a studio, record it, create a podcast that can be played in those imbizos, in those social justice court cases and stuff like that. So that's what we did. And then we recorded a video of our performance so that it can be played in those areas. We also created an animation, so for the young ones to understand about the ocean. So we're still in the process of creating the animation. So, and luckily for me, I got cast as an actor on a TV series. That was a relief for me also, because it was hard. So many artists lost jobs, couldn't do events, those outside events. You just couldn't do anything. We were just stuck with the masks. that is what happened to us. And but yo, even through the lockdowns, even though we've lost like traveling, we've lost contact with the human contact that we are used to as artists, which is very sad. We're sitting in our rooms doing Zoom meetings. And you know, that Zoom meeting is so boring for an artist because you want to be performing, you want to be jumping around, and you can't jumping around in a Zoom. You have to sit with your phone like this, and sometimes you get bored. Mina nje, my concentration span is like this much. I can't concentrate for a long time. So I was struggling in the Zoom sessions. But I think, COVID, sure. But now I think we're getting back to where we were, and I'm going to be doing a project in Mbazwana, next to Sodwana Bay, with the young kids there in Mbazwana Art Center. They are busy collecting stories around the people who were moved so that the Isimangaliso parks and stuff were created, and they were talking about mining, the sand, the sea sand. So we are going to be dealing with that topic right now, starting from April, that is going to be performed along the area of Imbazwane, and obviously inviting the people who have moved, the people who were moved, so that afterwards they can sit together and make each other understand and answer those questions. So that's mostly the work that I do, besides the TV. Thank you.
Thanks. Just some two quick follow-up questions. You mentioned obviously using theater for social justice.
Yes.
And here we are, we're invited by the economic department, which is looking at theater and the arts from the creative perspective, or from the economic growth perspective. Do you feel at this juncture, in terms of your sector being split between doing social development, social justice work, and possibly government saying this is an economy that we want to support? How do you thread the line, especially with not you as an individual where you can go work on TV, but those people who are going to be employed in that project? Maybe another way I always ask this question is here we are. Your organization could, for instance, be registered as an NPO. And then you come to economic department, they say, no, we only fund companies, PTY. Then I'm a PTY as a creative company. I go to National Arts Council, but they say, no, we fund NPOs. So now they're resisting out, okay, we are all artists, but now are you a company, or are you a business, or are you an artist? Because now economic development, the one you're saying you didn't know about this conference that they're doing, they're looking at this sector as the creative economy and how we grow the creative economy. You are talking about art as social, to work on social issues. And there is now this tension. Do you deal with this tension? How do you see yourself, this side, that side, in the middle?
When it comes to like economic development and the methodology that we are using, Tina, we don't charge like entry. All our shows that we do are free because we look for funds to fund, and so that we can pay the actors. So there's no money that's coming for, like we said, we've got profits. So we won't be able to, maybe, I don't know if we can fit into the economic development, I don't know how, because we won't show profit. Yeah, it's free because we believe justice should be free. And social ills in the communities, you can't let people pay for those.
No, thanks. It's something to maybe later on for all the panelists to reflect on. there is a new terminology being introduced about social enterprises where you are not about making profit for gain, but yes, you make profits, but you invest them in the projects. Next up is Sisnise Malange. You all know Sisnise, and without wasting time, I'll hand over to you, Sisnise, to also, reflect on challenges and opportunities presented during lockdown. I know you're involved in many projects, but Pet Center is still your first, well, I don't know if your first love or your second love, but it is, I've known you as the Pet Center all my life, and I think I met you around 2006, visiting with Unana Mgoma for the first time. Over to you, Sis Nisi.
Thank you. Artists are hustlers, and artists adapt into every situation. I think when we are listening to Mhlanguli and listening to Mpume and thinking how we started what today is called industrial theater. I used to work with the workers, and in the 80s, there were a lot of strikes, and apartheid was at its height, and we had boycotts, and we needed to educate workers about these boycotts, and pamphlets and newsletters didn't work. When I started, I used to see, newsletters so much, and when you go to organize, they take the pamphlet and they throw it away. And people wouldn't join the strike because they didn't know what the strike was all about. And we managed through theater. I mean, today, if you say to people, let's boycott red meat, people are gonna look at you. In the 80s and early 70s, we would support workers. If workers, they're working in the abattoir, the pamphlets and the theater will be out to boycott the red meat, boycott clover. I mean, recently we had the clover strike. Kutwa don't buy clover products, but people still buying because they don't understand what that means. So I think the lack of solidarity between social issues and how those social issues then get interpreted by the creatives. One of the biggest, problem that we have today in our country, that, issues that are pertaining to communities aren't going out there, and we no longer, as artists, supporting communities in terms of social issues or social injustices. When we had before this a kind of discussion about how we're going to approach today, and I think myself, Jay, were like, there must be another thing before us so that we understand the context. But then when I thought about the impact of COVID, as a poet, I started recollecting. And I wrote the following, because that's something that helps me to think outside the box. Expanding on challenges. A pandemic never seen before crawled from world unknown to us. People ran in every direction, not knowing whether safe at home or safe at work. Some employers locked workers in the factory for production to continue. The haves made in the nick of time to fill their trolleys to last them for unknown time. Toilet papers finished, diapers finished, bread prices started to rise, essentials not accessible, fear sinked in. The COVID war has come. Soldiers were brought in, war against COVID or against people? That is the question.
And then death strikes in numbers, this disease, not allowing you to breathe, not allowing you to sneeze, not allowing you to sweat, not allowing you to hug, no kisses, no lovemaking, fear and death. Casket draped in plastics, coffin or coffin bearers wearing plastics, masks, gloves, PPE, sanitizers. The rest is your story to tell. You know, to sum up COVID for me as a poet, that's how I felt when I started recollecting now, that the best way is, to do this. We talk of migration, now from CD to virtual to online, CD shops, not because of COVID, long before COVID, they started closing down, replaced by hair and nails and facials and skin lightening. If you go around Durban, they even have now, there's companies that are doing hair all over in Bria. Same company, I don't know what you call in the economic terms, where you have a same company that is all over. That's the business of weaves and everything else. And that didn't happen because of COVID. Why this happened? It's also because that, I'm going to talk about black artists, own the creative, either in music, in theater, everything. But they didn't have the means, to produce. You have to go to production companies. And a whole lot of artists, because some of these companies have closed down, they've lost their music. And if it's lost forever. And COVID just becomes the excuse for a lot of big companies. Just recently, I was looking to buy just basic art material for visual artists. I wanted to buy a roll of paper and charcoal just to kickstart, the work for the visual artist. It took us 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, to get the brown paper. Visual artists would understand what I'm talking about. And then I was looking for canvas, and I said, hey, if you want a roll, let's go to SA Canvas. And then I Google, closed. And people say, didn't you know that SA Canvas closed down? I don't want to be, really talking about challenges, because I think our challenges in the creative industry is all the same. I listened yesterday in terms of film. I listened a bit today, in terms of, literature and everything, like that happens there. But what is the solution? What are we saying to economic development? How do we translate what we do into economics? We know we've talked a lot about art for art's sake, because partly art heals. But artists also need therapy. I'm glad that there's a space that deals with the mental health of artists. And I don't think that it's just about the economy. It is just about to have money. If I might just mention with Ricky case, one would say he had it all. He had money, he had fashion, he was in the movies. He had everything. He has a mother who's very supportive, and they're well off. Why? So I won't go into the, like the details of why that, because I don't want to, to do that. Ricky Rick's mother, we were together in the struggle. Ricky was born in July, my son was born in June, and we used to go to these meetings and compete about how big, and we're told that you have boys. Boys in our communities and men, because our culture talks of men as breadwinners, it talks about men as people that have to breadwinners, bringing, like bread and butter to the table. So you would find that in most cases, men and our men are the ones that bear the brunt of the challenges that we have, in terms of the challenges that we have, in terms of, so that's one money, So that's one thing which I'm really happy that economic development made sure that we deal with issues of mental health, because no one else understands that. When you lose your only CD and it's not recoverable, you go through depression. So when we look at the arts or looking at the creatives, we have to take a holistic approach. A holistic approach would be the one that deals with my past, and it also must deal with my present. And then be able to look at the creative and what I bring to the table. And that for me would be the holistic. The question that you were raising, I think government and the government entities, in order to help, the question that you were asking, Pume, I think we had to do less of the red tape. We need to free the arts from red tape. We need to create hubs where a person can go and get help to sit with me, mentor me in putting this proposal. I explain my concept, you put together my concept so that I can get money to heal some of the people that are also making money. I always say that we can't all be business. If you sell bread, you must sell milk, I must sell tea, you must sell chicken or eggs. And then I can come and buy. That whole bartering system, because we need each other in the whole thing. We have performances here because those need people, to do. Just to divert from whatever talk or the talk that we're having. So what I really would want to say to economic development, like as a way forward, if we really want to assist the arts, make small grants available for artists and remove the red tape. Like you were saying, all this relief funding, people, we know you from Devonshire and Imbewu, but when you apply, they don't know you anymore. How do you prove yourself beyond what people know? You entertain them 6:30 every day and at night. But now when you apply, it means that we've got wrong people in those departments that are dealing with this. And those are the things that depresses artists in the first place. Assist small bands with grant to buy backline. Venues have closed down. Music is there, and that's my forte. There used to be music in the public places as part of, because we are very fashionable, in the early 2000s of the poverty alleviation. I'm gonna be very quick. I see that you have time constraint, but I need to say this. let's go back. You know, Cuba, what they do in Cuba, every venue, every band, they have their music recorded, they sell their CDs, they've got their backline, they can perform. I mean, in this facility now, we should be having drummers, we should be having musicians performing on the side. And those things are not happening to pay musicians. Basking in this city, you know, was done away because it was a nuisance. I'm going to be because these are very important. Subsidize studios to do online recording of performers, singers, poets, people that have the technical skills. We don't have all of us to learn those skills. Have the hubs where artists can go and not to have the constraint of having to learn, but they have somebody doing that for them, not with pressure. Access to raw material for visual. The means of production for visual arts and craft has been owned by others. Bring it back to us. Why can't we have a shop at the BET where we sell, because we teach visual arts and craft to sell, you know. Give us money to buy those shops and their stock so that we can make it accessible to artists at a less than the money that they have to use. Train artists in digital skills, create digital hubs and make them accessible to artists. Graduates, there are a lot of graduates from institutions of higher learning. They can run these places and assist the self-taught artists. Support more community venues for live performances. Skills to be upgraded to the digital age and avail resources. Partnerships and collaborations. Vodacom, MTN, Telkom must make data available. They do business with government. 1% of all these big businesses must go to the arts. That is the campaign from as the 80s. We've been asking for that 1% to be available from business to the arts. Business, it's easy for them to close shops and go. They don't think of anyone. So we need to access those monies. I hear people were talking about development of new audiences, development of new markets, and I think developing new appreciation so that people can buy. We need the consumers. They can buy and pay as well. And that's what I thought, you know, as a way of COVID, that I just needed to come up with what I think would be practical responses to your department as well, Mhlanganis, you know.
I'm not here.
Do away, I know, but do away, guys, with the red tape. Because red tape, that's what frustrates us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nisa. I will still have a time to actually also still discuss further, but I would want to bring Jay Pather in, who is online, before he feels neglected as the online stepchild. Jay, so our next panelist is Mr. Jay Pather, again, very well known veteran in the art space. If I may ask you to again reflect on the challenges and opportunities presented during COVID and expanding beyond COVID. Are you online, Jay? Thanks.
Yes, I am. I hope you can see me. And great. Thank you. Thanks very much to the Kwande team for inviting me. And Chair, I think I'm going to go straight into it. Please stop me if the presentation is going for too long. I just want to really quickly address some key comments that you made, and especially around the contribution of the creative arts to the economy and those great graphs that you showed, and I think that they're extremely relevant. So I think perhaps when you invite creatives into the field, from economic development, one should probably see it less as what has been monetized already, but what are the ideas that government and departments like the economic development are able to draw from in order to regenerate their thinking around the creative economy, so that it isn't as necessarily as instrumental as simply putting on a play and how much of money you're going to make, and who's it going to support, because artists not always think like that. Artists are always thinking a little bit more deeply, and it is about how these ideas, especially ideas around social justice, I mean, these are crucial ideas towards creating a coherent society, and that is your matrix for stable economic development and for inspired economic development. So it doesn't mean that social justice issues needs to directly translate into rands and cents, but it is what contributes towards stabilizing a society, attending to its traumas, attending to its problems, around which best economic development is possible. So those have been some of the challenges. The lockdown revealed it's not so much it was about the pandemic, but as with any great disaster, always brings to mind the most vulnerable. And of course, performing artists are amongst the most vulnerable, especially Black, African, South African artists who rely or move from very often from project to project, not always supported by the parastatals, and I think that was clear to be seen. So the questions then that arise are, what were some of the missteps around government? And I suppose in our initial discussion, that's what Sisnise and I were trying to bring up, is government going to listen to some of these missteps and be able to withstand the critique around how the lockdown was handled with regards to the creative arts? And one of the big problems was equating performance and equating the arts with bars and clubs, and simply going into that idea that the arts are about free association and alcohol. And that association, of course, happens in a sector of our society, but we live in South Africa, we live in Africa. And the notions of the arts as therapeutic, as community building, as part and parcel, I mean, beyond all the cliches that come with the adoption of the ideas of Ubuntu, beyond all of that, we understand the arts as inimical to a therapeutic process. So it was very sad to see that none of that was being understood by government in its desire to simply impose these blanket lockdowns. And I think it's not for them to, there's no blame on that. It's not understanding the essence of creative arts. And that's what I think economic development it's very important for all departments. I mean, we have that with the Arts and Culture Ministry as well. You sometimes in some of the declarations, I'm sure to what extent do they understand the veracity, the possibilities, and what Mpumbe was talking about is around possibility, right? Because it still exists on the fringes of the understanding, because the understanding is not deep enough. It is not rigorous enough. So I think in many respects, the pandemic revealed a fraught and disorganized levels of funding systems, or it revealed a haphazard sense of how to organize the sector. And that haphazardness is inimical to the sector itself. So it simply revealed that. So though the challenges that are being brought up, and have come about, are always there. So, but I mean, look, in many respects, also there is that lack of trust that I spoke about. But I just want to bring up a few tiny projects that we instituted to try to counter that. And I'm going to just bring up my PowerPoint, and I hope it all works. Okay, so one of the things that we did was to develop these fellowships for artists coming in from the outside. And oh, I don't think you can see that, right? So let me just take you to what this is quickly. Yeah, there we go. So we created these, we invited artists to take their work and we received tons of applications to do. This is the Institute for Creative Arts. And what we worked with was these various themes that artists could then create work. Of course, I am battling. So basically what these artists did was submit work, and we put them in touch with a website developer and an interaction designer. And then they took their work and they made these brilliant kind of interactive work with their work, so that one developed. Quickly, so that was oh, sorry. So that was the digital fellowships that we gave. There was and just to bring up something that Klanguli George spoke about, was how there's something that I've been doing for many years. I did this in Durban a lot, called, it was called Cityscapes. It was about creating these works on sides of buildings, etc. And then one could also speak to how these works speak to a particular zeitgeist or a particular moment. And outside, of course, it is much safer. This festival, in fact, in the city, we called it Uninfecting the City last year. And I'll just play this to give you a rough idea.
We're struggling to be free. We're still separated. But this is our city.
For my children will be of melody. Fit them over a beat. They will meet infinity and speak of the Holy Trinity.
So this, to give you some images, this is a work by Mandisi Sindo about coming into the city, bringing works, but in a way that was possible to make the spaces come alive, but also that could be provocative, but also works that involved and I'm just going to run through these images because I know that there's not much time.
If I may ask that we conclude on your talk, so that we just have enough time to do some concluding remarks. I think we've
Okay,
got
so
a good sense of
okay, great. So the final thing I do want to say is that the combination of of creating a citizenry and citizenship through the arts and through, and it may not be immediately monetized, but these are alternate ways to trying to find a society that is confident, that is inspired, and in some ways that can develop a coherence and be part of economic development. But we can talk about that in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Jay. I think this theme, you know, the white paper on arts and culture, the broad part of it, almost 90% of it, speak to the arts from the social healing. 10% speaks to the economic aspect. The National Development Plan, if you read it, its introduction, it's actually its introduction and vision is written by, amongst others, Professor Njabulo Ndebele, and it has a vision that is written in an artistic way. And the major part of the National Development Plan, when it talks about the arts, it talks about the arts in its social development perspective. Yes, there is a section that talks about creative industries. So if broadly the white paper puts an emphasis on the role of the arts in this aspect, and yes, still accept that there is economic growth also that has to happen through this sector, and that in this sector there are people who are employed, whether it's monetized or not. Where are things getting wrong? For instance, the other thing that maybe we all know that the UIF was able to pay people from the UIF who were affected by lockdown. But now artists, because they don't pay UIF, they couldn't be paid from that fund. And that fund paid almost 34 billion out to workers and everyone, or to enterprises and workers in the economy. But because artists don't pay UIF, they couldn't be funded from that. Yes, they were funded from the complicated forms called PEPS, or the PESP, Presidential Employment Stimulus Package, PESP. They're funded from that. And it has this approach of saying, where you're going to get work, where you booked for an event. If you're booked for an event, tell us what you booked for, and therefore we'll fund you. And maybe that might have then missed out many other artists. So what I'm trying to say is that there is this role that us play, but there is the issue of the social security of the artist, which sometimes is only from the economic aspect that has to be taken care of. But artists have this role they play there that is important. But how do we ensure that there are also economic gains for the artists, as people who have to buy food, buy houses, buy cars, have medical aid, which is a difficulty to have provident fund, and have UIF button. I mean, we now saw that without UIF, you can't access these funds. Without taking away from this social role, how do we take care of then the artist as an independent contractor who is seen from an economic perspective? And I'm opening this up to just general discussion. Don't know who want to start. Sisnise, Mpume, or Mpume, if you want. Anyone can take it, or Jay online.
Well, sorry.
Can go ahead, Jay.
No, it's a really moot question, and the question is, you know, Chair, I really appreciate those questions, but one must be careful that we are assuming that the arts sector is a neatly organized structure, and you're completely right, and artists should take it up on themselves. But there is a lack within the sector, and this comes directly from government. There is a lack of predictability. You know, Mhlanguli George spoke about space. There is such an opacity about processes of applying, about how does one actually, what is a throughput? How do you put in your application and you are sure that it's going through this particular process? And indeed, in 3 weeks' time, you will get the outcome. So you will know what to do. Timelines and all of that are so haphazard in the arts sector when it comes to government funding, when it comes to government support, when it comes to government-supported spaces, that it is, you know, when you're going, you don't even get to the point of establishing a UIF number. So I'm not trying to just constantly shift blame onto government, because we need to, the sector needs to be a lot more, take a lot more initiative. But government should really think about sustaining what it has, instead of constantly trying to innovate and bringing in all kinds of programs, but sustain what it has, because there's enough sustainable, or there's enough established organizations that should be properly sustained, and artists should feel a certain predictability in the outcome so that they can organize their life.
Sister, on to that, you had said reduce red tape. Do you want to jump on this?
I think first I want to just talk about, you know, the economics of or creative industries, as well as arts and culture. I think for me, there need to be synergies between the two, because people grow and arts grow from grassroots level to where people can make money for themselves. So that must be made easily available, that I can be this crafter who produce small stuff, but if I want to produce into a high level, I would have the money to produce, and I would be able to export and sell around, and I will employ people. And when I employ people, I must pay UIF, so that those people, if they lose their job, there is money from the UIF. If they get injured at work, there is workmen's compensation that people can apply for, you know. And there are sick benefits and other benefits. We've tried that during the time of the DG of Labor, who just passed on. We brought together all government entities at the Bed Center. We brought Labor, we brought even SARS, at the time where SARS was pushing, you know, that any little money artists must pay. And we managed to win a bit of that SARS saga. But there are ways that, you know, this thing could be made to talk together. The development stages, you grow up into, you know, a stage where now you are a producer, you employ people, and those people can benefit from government. And then there's another situation which is like really difficult, is in the music, in music industry now. And I think in the performance spaces, where you have me as a director, and then maybe 2 other people, but I have performers. And the money that I have just allows me to pay for that particular time, if, you know, and the rest of the time, those people don't have. And those are seasonal workers. And these things, if we work around them, you know, to talk to labor, to talk to the unions and all that, there are ways that could address issue. I mean, farm workers are seasonal workers, but they are protected, you know, and there are benefits. I think it's something that we've kind of left off. We have been talking about how artists can benefit from what is available in the government in terms of UIF, workmen's compensation, and all of that, you know. So it's going back to the drawing board and start talking. And sometimes when, you know, government departments that are dealing with the same sector, because arts and culture is within arts and culture, and then another department, I think there are 3 departments that are dealing with arts and culture, you know. One deals with what we've talked about, and the other one deals, but they don't talk together. And I think that's one of the things that maybe we should like really push government post-COVID to say, speak the same language. When you look at quality or you do quality control. Look at the habit there. Look at those products. Why those products are not at Woolworths? Why they are not at Mr. Price? We started, you remember, with Create SA. We have done those things. We have asked companies to buy product from these people so that they can be self-sustainable. We have a tendency of stop and go. We start something, we stop, and we move to something else without like really evaluating and see what's working and what's. Why we've let Mr. Price buying things from China and not buying things from locally, from these crafters that are displaying here. And I think that's the dialogue, that maybe it was not in the right space, and maybe we need to bring economics and bring culture and just say, look at all of this. Arts and culture, the province should be here. They should be part of the discussion. Economic development brought about Kumisa, so that Kumisa can take music from the development stages into a level of people making money. Is Kumisa doing that? And those are the questions that we have to ask as well as arts and culture activists, is that when we are given power, do we use that power in the right place? I mean, look at Music Imbizo. Music Imbizo started here, and now it's moved to Joburg. We kickstart beautiful things, and we're not able to sustain them. And I think, lastly, that is the discussion that we have to get in as creators, as well as those, not just government, but the businesses, and see how we sustain things that we start in this province and make sure that they are viable, that they employ more people, and that they are creating jobs. And I think that's what we need to be doing now. We can't go back. We're doing fantastic things. We just have to talk to each other now.
Thanks, Nise. Let me have 4 minutes. Let me hand over to Mhlanguli and then also to Umpume for the last few minutes
Thank you.
also come
No,
back in.
I'll be very, very, very short. I think
Don't
I
be.
want to put more emphasis. I think Mr. J mentioned this and Mamunisi mentioned this. More transparency that is needed, and I think more collaboration. And as much as I'm saying more collaboration to us as artists, even the government itself, there's different departments in that under government, and sometimes they speak different languages, although they are catering for artists. You understand? And I think also information is needed to the artist. Yes, to my surprise, I didn't know that I can go and claim my UIF. We do sometimes pay UIF. Yes. You understand? So you understand that the information also, it is important, because also when we are working for, especially for private companies, we are paying UIF. So we always go for our tax returns, and then we forget about UIF. So the information is important, but also the transparency from the government and the collaboration, I think, is needed more. Thank you.
Thanks. Mrs. Pume?
One. Okay, I would like to add on that UIF issue, because most times maybe you work for the Playhouse as an artist, and the Playhouse will take UIF. Maybe you're working only for like 2 months in that production, and after that, you go and you work for another company and you pay UIF, and you go, and then when maybe you lose work and you want to apply for that UIF, they say, no, you forfeited that UIF because you didn't apply for it at that time. So it's forfeited, it's gone. So you've paid it, but you can't get it. You're an artist. And we pay tax. 25%, for me, I pay 25% tax. And of which I'm asking myself, what am I getting in return for this tax that I'm paying? You look at us as artists, we are the healers. Tina si backbone impilo zabantu. Because when you come back from work and you sit down, uvule radio, ulalelu music, ulalelu izindaba, uvule ubuki entertainment, sik entertain. Yet we are the least. Angazi ngathi asikho important, ngathi we are not there. kuhulumeni wethu. It's like it's a hobby. Even this thing, even with our families, there's no support. They say, hey, this hobby of yours, when are you gonna do something serious? This thing, yakho xuma and stuff, it's not taken as a career. And in other countries, artists are respected. This is a career, and we're supposed to be making the money because we are entertaining you people. It's in hilayo, but ngazuthi siyadlala nje.
Thanks, Zumpume, and thanks to all the panelists. It's 1 o'clock, and I won't spend too much time trying to recap. I think most of the things have been captured. It's interesting that the UNESCO declaration on the status of the artist was signed was agreed to at UNESCO in 1980. The issues of how artists have their own social security are protected even as in the type of work they do as Sisnise says, seasonal workers or independent contractors. And yes, COVID has again exposed that there is no social security or social net for artists. And whatever support the government tried to put in place, yes, the red tape was there, and it was never enough. It was never enough money. It was only what they put aside for 34 million for PEPs, or 34 million or 60 million, 300 million or 340 million. Never enough. So this is the need for social security discussions broadly, and again, the need for collaboration between government dealing with the arts sector is critical. And these are some of the main talking points. Yes, the use of new technologies will help, but there are still some old fundamental issues that needs to be sorted. Going online won't deal with all of that. Thank you so much, everyone, for your attention. And it's 1 o'clock. I was never briefed that there'll be question time, so I'm therefore thanking again the panelists. Thanks, Jay, and bringing this session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol.
Hi everyone, my name is Sena and I am accompanied by Kumbu on the keys. Today I'm going to give you a little entertainment. It's nothing much, but I do hope you do enjoy. The first song I'm about to sing is called Koze kube nini na Shikhala singashayiwe njalo Umhlaba lona uyasicindezela Inkinga phezu kwenye Bayalila Umaya maya 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 Emakhaya Sikhala njalo 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 Sikhule ekhaya kugcwele imfudumalo snack kanye nothando Ubusika buyaqana somama bayakhala kwenze njani na ungaphela amandla kuzodlula koze kube nini na sikhala singashayiwe njalo mhlaba lona uyasicindezela inkinga phezu kwenye bayalila maya 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 emakhaya sikhala njalo 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 sikhule ekhaya kugcwele imfudumalo isnack kanye nothando ubusika buyacana somama bayakhala kwenze njani na Thank you so much. My second song is a song that is a little vibey, but still very soulful as well. Take it away, Kumbu. Ngangihleli ngicabangana ngathi uthando lwethu eyisasindizela phezulu wamuhle thando kimi wamuhle thando kimi Tangibuzanga wangishiya wangishiya umntana mutu wangishiya sithandwa sami wangishiya wangishiya umntana mutu wangishiya sithandwa sami sose ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho ngangisitshela konke lokhu kwakumnyama ebusweni bengawuno wamuhle thando kimi wamuhle thando kimi kanda ngibuzanga kaloku kwakumnyama ebusweni bengabuma. Thank you. My third song is called Siyathandana. It's a beautiful song. It's a love song. And it's all about uthi why ningasho emakhaya ukuthi siyathandana. Hope you enjoy. Sitele isikhathi sithandana mina nawe, masibheka emuva ziningi nento esidlule kuzo, ngizimisele uyazibonela nawe, ayikho into engenzele yona, ungishelile ngakuqoma sathandana, abadala kumele bayazi leyo ndaba, ngizimisele uyazibonela nawe, ayikho into engenzele yona. Kodwa wayengobenzima ukutshela bakini uyangithanda, kodwa wayengobenzima ukwazisa bakini usumtholile, umtholile, mina ngibatshelile, nawe salubatshela ukuthi siyathandana, kodwa wayengobenzima ukwazisa bakini uyangithanda, kodwa wayengobenzima ukutshela bakini usumtholile, umtholile, mina ngibatshelile, nawe salubatshela ukuthi siyathandana, ngenza isinqumo ngenhliziyo yami, angisabuyele emuva never, angeke, ngizimisele uyazibonela nawe, ayikho into engenzele yona, kuyabanda ngaphandle ngene enhlizweni yami, makumnyama inhliziyo yami izokhanya baby, ngizimisele uyazibonela nawe, ayikho into engenzele yona, kodwa wayengobenzima ukwazisa bakini uyangithanda, kodwa wayengobenzima ukutshela bakini usumtholile, mina ngibatshelile, nawe salubatshela ukuthi siyathandana, kodwa wayengobenzima ukutshela bakini uyangithanda, kodwa wayengobenzima ukwazisa bakini usumtholile, mina ngibatshelile, nawe salubatshela batshela ukuthi siyathandana. Oh, mina ngibatsheli nawe salubatshela ukuthi Thank you so much, Kumbu. So my last song, it's a very vibrant one. We're going to dance a little, listen up a bit. It's a very old house song. I hope you guys are familiar with the song, and I hope you all get up and dance as well. Zongilindo mangihamba soga lami ongikibele izintaba angazi ngizobuya nini. Oh, angeke ngeze ngikwazi ukuphila ngingenawe. Ayangifuna ukukushiya sithandwa ungowami. Uzongilinda uma ngihamba soga lami ongikibele izintaba angazi ngizobuya nini. Oh, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuphila ngingenawe. Ayangifuna ukukushiya sithandwa ungowami. Ngoba mangihle ngiyakhumbula lapho esiqale khona sasisebancane uthando lusakhula. Ngoba mangihleli nawe ngiyakhumbula lapho esiqale khona. Manje ngifuna ukwazi uzongilinda. Na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey oh na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey na la la na na ne na la la na na ne. Hey uzongilinda uma ngihamba soga lami ongikibele izintaba angazi ngizobuya nini. Oh, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuphila ngingenawe. Ayangifuna ukukushiya sithandwa ungowami. Uzongilinda uma ngihamba soga lami ngikibele izintaba angazi ngizobuya nini. Oh, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuphila ngingenawe ayangifuna ukukushiya sithandwa ungowami ngoba mangihleli nawe ngiyakhumbula lapho esiqale khona sasisebancane uthando lusakhula ngoba mangihleli nawe ngiyakhumbula lapho esiqale khona manje ngifuna ukwazi uzongilinda na la 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 na 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 hey na la la na 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 hey na la la na 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 hey oh na la la na 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 hey na la la na 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 hey na la 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 hey oh na 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 Songilinda mangihamba songa lami hey songilinda ngigibele izintaba angazi ngizobuya nini
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual Kzn Kwande Fest, Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling spaces, pop-up recording studio, bookshop, fashion extravaganza, live performances, tech and innovation pod, and much, much more. Be a part of disruptive greatness from the 17th to the 19th of March at the Station Urban Event Space in the city of Durban. Register, follow and like us on all social media platforms and catch all 3 days streaming on YouTube and Facebook. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual Kzn Kwande Fest, Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling spaces, pop-up recording studio, bookshop, fashion extravaganza, live performances, tech and innovation pod, and much, much more. Be a part of disruptive greatness from the 17th to the 19th of March at the Station Urban Event Space in the city of Durban. Register, follow and like us on all social media platforms and catch all 3 days streaming on YouTube and Facebook. For more information on activities, Kzn Kwande Fest, wealth through creativity.
everybody. My name is Shimon Stewart. I don't know if I'm an ICT specialist, but I'll be showing you some stuff today. So in the back, can we have the demo of the platform on, please? Okay, so this is the demo of the site. It's called gongong.live. So we focused on entertainment content from music, audio-visual content, that's music videos. You can get music, you can get music videos, you can get documentaries, you can get the films from the Film Commission, whatever type of content that you need. So we'll go through and we'll show you a demo. Just scroll to the bottom and play a premiere. So these are examples of some. Those are 2 music sessions, and then that is a cultural documentary. There's also other content, music videos, unplugged sessions. Okay, the network is slow. MTN has some assistance there, please. Yeah? Well, they're probably using Telcom. Okay, and it's working. So you can go on the site, you can stream some videos. This is a music video, a live music session, and that's the demo. So can you go out and play some other content as well, please? And then these have donate buttons. So if you scroll down, you'll see there's a donate button. So this is to allow the creators and the artists to earn additional revenue, where people can donate directly to the artists or the creators. And you'll see on the left-hand side, there's a button that allows you to connect with the director or the artist, so that if you see something that you like, or if you're interested in working with them, or interested in finding out more, maybe you want to use their music for film, maybe you want to find out how you can get in touch with them, work with them, do collaborations with them, there'll be a button to connect with them, and then they will receive a request for information, and then you can take it forward as and how you wish to take it forward. So the platform is focused on streaming. So there's 2 main people involved. It's the people who are watching the content, and the creators and the teams behind the creators in the audience. So the platform allows the creatives to earn money and a living from the content that they put out. So when you stream, you can have it pay-gated, where people can pay tickets to access your content, or you can give it out for free. That's as per you and how you choose to do that. So one of the methods that we use in implementing this is airtime, because we noticed that in South Africa, we are very hesitant about giving out banking details, etc., etc. So to bridge that gap, we've allowed people to use airtime to make it more comfortable and more efficient in terms of customers gaining access to your music, and it allows creatives to earn easier instead of them having to worry about, okay, are people going to trust this platform? Are people going to actually stream my music and so on? So there's a creator program. That's exactly what content and so forth. So when you click on that, you will be able to connect to us via WhatsApp, or you can give your number and we will contact you and then brief you as to how you can get your music, your content, anything that you need to get up and running. And then if you just scroll upwards through the platform, so then there's a whole lot of different types of content that you have, from entertainment, sports, gospel, cultural content, politics, anything and everything you want is online for you to view and stream. So there's also live streams. So for example, if you're doing a show and you want to live stream it, you're able to live stream it real time. You can also do premieres, which is where you can donate, where you can say, okay, on this day, Tuesday at 12 o'clock, we're releasing this content, and it can premiere that time. And we'll also have live chat features, so your audience can engage with you and comment and speak to you about what's happening, just to create engagement and excitement. And that's an example of some of the content. You can put your music videos. Those are some of the artists that we've worked with and sourced their content for the music. And then that's the platform. Then can we go to the slides, please? Okay, next slide. So the main theme of it essentially is to make local content accessible to local people. So it's just a platform to have your content out there to local people and to the world. And one of the things that we've noticed is that we have an abundance of content, and especially international audience, they want this content, but they don't have a set place to get all of this content and a wide range of this content, from people who are upcoming, from people who are established. So this is a solution to that issue. Next slide, please. So these are the goals of the platform. It's to have a repository of local content. So as I said, all local content types that are here, you'll be able to get it here. Most importantly is the monetization of that content. So it's important that as a creator, you have the opportunity to monetize and earn from your content so that you can go out and make more content. Democratizing distribution, you need to own the distribution value chain. So you don't need to go to YouTube or Spotify, whatever. You can have set the rules and terms for how you want to release and establish your brand and your content. And then obviously all of that is to empower our local content creators. Next slide, please. So it is an opportunity to find content that you not normally find. Like I know, for example, the SABC, the Film Commission, all film production companies, they have a backlog of content that people either don't know about or have never seen. And this is an opportunity to have a wide range of content for people to access. And stuff that you might want to see, but it's not on DSTV or SABC, so you can find exactly what you want. Next slide, please. So this is examples of monetizations. So as I was talking about is the payment methods, because we need to be extremely flexible with payment methods. That's what we're talking about with airtime payments. And it also connects to WhatsApp. So usually when you sign up for streaming platforms, you get emails to say that, okay, your stream starting now at 12 o'clock, remember to get in your thing. But a lot of people don't check their emails. So we decided to use WhatsApp. So you'll get WhatsApp notifications, say, okay, cool, you signed up to watch Kzn Kwande's video, it's gonna be starting in thing, and it's more accessible so that you get everything that you need to get in a place that you're already active. And then some other forms of monetization is micropayments, donations, NFTs, and merch. So you'll be able to have your own storefront where you can sell any merch. So it's just an added stream of monetization. That's the point of it. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So just run through right to the end. Okay, that's the streaming platform. So when you have time, you can just log on there. You can check everything out for yourself and stream the content that's available on there. But one of the issues that we noticed is that data is expensive. So a lot of people want to stream this content, but data is always an issue to be streaming, because you can't be streaming this video, that video, that video, and you need to be able to afford to do that. So when you can't afford the prices that MTN is giving us for data and connection, we can go to the next slide. We've created a solution that allows you to stream this content without data. So in the back there's some technical difficulties we're having now, but later on after this, when you have time, you can just go to the back and you can test the demo out over there. So it's a small device, just about the size of a phone. It releases a hotspot, and then you just take out your phone, your tablet, your computer, whatever the case may be. You connect to it. When you go to the back, you'll see all that information. Once you're connected, you go to the browser and you type that in, and you will get access, daughterless access, to the exact same demo site that you saw. And you will be able to stream all of that content on there without data. So we see that being useful in high traffic places, for example, taxis. So when you're traveling to and from maybe Joburg, you're going to Eastern Cape, you're traveling home, you'll be able to have entertainment, you'll be able to support local content creators, at the same time, save yourself money on data. So any high traffic places where there's a lot of people, malls, it works in schools, it works in parks, it works in pools, any recreational places, we can fit these devices in and have people accessing all of these contents without the need for data, which will drastically increase the rate of consumption because you don't have that hassle of data and internet connection. So that is everything. And I don't know if there's any questions or if you're opening up for questions, but that's everything from me.
Thank you so much. I think we will allow a session for questions from the judges, so that the person that has been presenting, that he can obviously provide feedback. Can I get a show of hands from the judges in terms of whether they would like to have questions? I'm noting you, sir. We'll start with the judges, then we'll allow questions from the floor. We have a question from Dr. Ross. You can come in, sir.
No, thank you very much. And I think work like this from young people is truly inspiring. But let me just ask a question. How much development time did you put into here? What code did you write the app on? But also I just want to know more about the database, where the information is sitting. What database did you use? And what is actually the innovation behind this? Because it's nothing new and exciting. From what I see, it's something that can easily be done even on a typical website with plugins and those things. So I want to know from you guys, what is actually the innovation that you've discovered? I know the time was short, but from the work that you've done, I'm just interested in those questions. Thank you.
Okay, cool. With regards to the technical information, I don't know if I can call my team member from the back who will have all of the technical answers. So, Monde, can you come through to the stage, please?
Whilst we wait for your colleague, can I get another question from the judges?
Thank you so much. Quick one, I wanted to check, you spoke about having content, all sorts of content, music videos. I think you said from the Film Commission as well, if there's content there, and I mean the content there is film, and that's a lot of capacity. It's a big capacity. We're talking about 90 minutes worth of video, if not more. Can it carry that much? Does it have that much capacity? If I were to say that I want to put some of the feature films on this platform, would it be able to carry that kind of content?
Are you asking about the platform or the device?
I think on your site, on the site itself, would it be able to carry like 15 films for people to watch?
Yes, it would. That's just a matter of space. So if space is an issue, we just need to get more space. It's just storage. So there's cloud storage that will solve that issue.
So it can vary. You can have small videos, big videos, it doesn't matter.
Yes, small videos, big videos. And then to the previous question, so with regards to the innovation, it's more so about packaging and the impact that it has economically, which is why we focused on the device route, because with the device, it opens up manufacturing opportunities, which leads to job creation and economic stimulation, which is something that's very important at this time, beyond just the assistance and opportunity that it provides to local creators to monetize and earn their content. When it comes to technology, a lot of it is just technology, but it's really about how it's implemented and whether it's useful to people and it impacts people. And then the technical answers will come now. Could you just repeat the specific questions that you answered, please?
Yeah, can you please repeat the question?
On the platform, what I'm interested in is the database that everything is sitting on, the database that you've used, and actually the language, let me put it like that, that you coded this on. And also, how is this different from a Joomla or WordPress site where you're using plugins and those things? So I want to know what's the actual innovation here. I think he said it's a device, but unfortunately, you did not present a device here, you're presenting an application.
Yeah, the device is here, it's available. We can demo it for you if you like. But the main thing we wanted to do and focus on technological-wise is acknowledging that we can't build something like Netflix. We have to focus on a solution that is available offline a lot. So we're focusing on offline capability more than excessive, or should I say, looking for ways to decrease data costs. So in terms of database and languages, this is using a simple SQL database. It's written in JavaScript, Node.js, in terms of technical languages. And we've been experimenting with a lot of new platforms such as Alpine, which are less than 2 years old, basically, to optimize the streaming solution. So when we say that what is the innovation, our innovation is making it relevant to our market, which we understand not everybody can have a RAIN data plan or any of the big telecoms, because data is still relatively expensive, and that's what we were focusing on a lot. This device we created solves that problem. As he mentioned, it goes into public spaces, public transportation, public places, or even at home, at school, everywhere. So it creates a little micro network that any device can connect to, whether it's your phone, your laptop, tablet, anything. You connect into the network and it streams all the content from there. So I'd say the key thing that we wanted to focus on, at least. So it must run everywhere, it must be accessible to everyone, and it must be available generally. Do you have more questions?
Yeah, let me just have a quick follow-up question. I'm finding very difficult, I don't know what to evaluate you on. The application or the device, the application is not very juicy, I can tell you. The device sounds very juicy. So I don't know, I'm confused.
To be fair, the application is...
You're losing points here, huh? I promise you.
Yeah, the application, like I said, we wanted to focus on these very small details that are not outwardly available or not easily seen.
Then you should have presented a device.
The device is here, we can present it, it's not an issue.
So all in all, we are presenting the solution. And to add on to that, our focus is on making it practical to our market and our people. Like we realize we're never going to compete with Netflix or Spotify or YouTube. The gap is too far, and in those countries where it's prevalent, the living standard is much higher. So people can afford to sit on Spotify and YouTube the entire day. That's not the case over here. So we've tried less to focus on innovation, but more on practicality for our people. It's senseless to have something that's amazingly innovative, but your neighbor next door can't choose it or can't afford it. It's just gonna look at you and like, what is this for? So that's our main goal in making it practical and accessible to people. The device is here, it is possible to test it out. And we do still have some time. Hopefully we can show it up here, but if it's not possible, it's at the back so you can test it out personally as well.
No, thank you for that response. I think I'll take another question from another judge. Then I'll also take a question from the gentleman who raised his hands up earlier on.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, guys, with regards to the initiative. I'm happy and honored to be part of the judge, to be on this panel, purely because from the microphone I'm holding, from show to the Canon cameras to the Spotify, to the list is endless. And I would like to end with the fact that I think the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago and today. And I believe it's a good start. Congratulations on based on what you've presented. I'll say I'm happy and excited. And also, maybe perhaps a clarity for 1 or 2 points is, first being the content on your site as far as the IP issue and the licensing. Maybe if you were to elaborate as far as that aspect, and you mentioned a good point as far as people being skeptical about putting their banking details and whatnot, of which you have presented as far as the donation button and an airtime option. So is the donation aspect based on the platform itself, or is based on each and every content that is available for the end user to use? Or is it a monthly subscription as far as the airtime element? So just those two.
Okay, so in terms of the airtime and donations, the monetization, that's optional. So the donations would go directly to the creators, and airtime is an option for people who are skeptical about those banking details. So all of that would go to the creator. It's not monthly or per content. Donations are if you're watching a video and you're like, hey, I like this thing, I like this person, I'm just going to donate it because I feel like donating it. That's just, it's like in church collection, they bring around the basket. That's what that is. It's not your tithes. You're still going to tithe if you're going to tithe at the end of the month. So subscription basis, that's something that we'd really have to look at on a case-by-case basis and see if it's the best direction to go. And I think that would be important to look at going through like the non-financial support that we're talking about to understand, is it better to go a subscription model or per stream, per model basis? So we'd really like to understand that and grow and choose whichever model is better. And then the first question regarding IP and licensing. So my background is through music and entertainment. I actually went through Kumisa as well, so to learn and understand about IP and music protection. So once you join the creator program, we'd enter into an agreement where the creators would license their content and give us the permission to use it so that they can monetize and earn from it. And then we'd have agreements in place to make sure that, okay, for this, we would just take a percentage of sales, and then you would get everything from there.
that's really what we wanted to showcase and for everyone to realize that more than being stereotype, it's really building up that culture of currency where we have our own everything that we actually put up and distribute onto the internet. It might not be smooth to the core, but in time, this is the case that at least we have a sense of pride of saying this is actually through our own platform and it's localized. And so the rates of entry and investment are not that easy. That's really the most important thing here. It's the data-less and audience-friendly aspect of it all.
Thank you much for that response. Can I please get that gentleman that is on the line to the last?
Thank you, Liz. I really appreciate and enjoy your presentation. I always say we need more of the youth to do what you guys are doing. And I must say, I really appreciate what you guys are doing. One question, I got a few. One question is the language you use will be able to speak to a Maskandi, simplest guy in a rural area. That's one. Can that be easier for them to download or put their music in there or videos in there for easy consumption? Will the consumers who consume Maskandi will be able to easily be able to access that or be able to read it? One. Right? Two, we know in content there's different owners. Right? If you talk about basically what I do, I will deal with a record company which owes the master, meaning that someone paid for the master, he needs to be paid, right? Within that master, there is someone else who owns the composition. He needs to be paid differently, right? So if I load my content and you pay me, I won't be able to pay the artist, I won't be able to composers. So you're definitely going to need a license between all organizations. Have you guys done that? Consulted with Samro, consulted with Capasso, consulted with Sambra, so that you have that license that allows you to do that. Because you can't load the content without having that right. So let me just cluster you with that, but keep on what you're doing. One example that I will give it to you is that when Spotify started, everybody crushed it. What they did is the measures wanted to crush it out completely. They went to schools and they taught the youth, right? And they started having what you call independent labels. Now the measures stand no chance and they start buying into it. So start with the youth, make sure they enjoy that and they love the content, everybody else will follow.
Perfect, thank you for the question. So the first one about the languages, one thing we're also focusing on, one thing we actually notice is that now with Amapiano, we've been watching a lot of things where there's these YouTube channels that a lot of international people are watching Amapiano videos and music and they're reacting to it. But one of the things we've noticed is that they don't know what the hell is saying. They're always asking, can someone please tell me what are they saying, what's this? They enjoy the music, they enjoy the vibe, but they don't understand. So one of the things that as a country we should focus on is creating that cultural gap, because we have that opportunity where people are interested in our culture, but we need to capitalize on it and showcase our culture. So that would lead to what you're talking about. Like, we don't even do it internationally, but it's something that we need to do locally as well. So what I also noticed or picked up about the Kwande Festival websites is that there's an option for you to view it in Zulu. So those are things we would implement where you can view it in your own language. And we have 11 languages across the country, so we'd look into translating it in those languages so it's easier for you to understand. As we're talking about, our main focus is on making it accessible and practical to the people that we're serving. And then with regards to the content and the licensing, yes. So the content that we use now, it's all content it's all of my clients' content, because I'm in the music industry, so that's my advantage at this case. But definitely we would look to licensing with the relevant people. So it's just a matter of time and scale, so that when we have the right thing. So we don't can't knock on the door and saying, but we have 5 songs, you're wasting our time. So, but it is definitely something we have in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take a last question from Tembagazi, then we'll have the other group to present.
Thanks, Tabang. Stuart, thanks for the presentation. Mine is just a quick one and a very simple question around what would you say is the innovative aspect regarding what you presented to us? If you can just clarify that, the innovative part about the streamline service that you presenting to us. Is it embedded with the offline device of data? What aspect of it was it?
So to be honest, there's nothing that's innovative about any streaming sites. There's 150 sites where you can get music. There's Spotify, iTunes, Deezer, Tidal. They all do exactly the same thing. It's just packaged differently and it targets different audience. YouTube there's another site, it's called, there's Patreon, there's a whole lot of Netflix. All of them are exactly the same thing. Showmax, Netflix, there is no innovation between any platforms. A streaming service is a streaming service is a streaming service. It's just that they've managed to tap into the correct audience and gather and capture the market. So where our innovative parts comes in is that we focused on accessibility to audience and people, which is where we're talking about more in terms of the integration with allowing it to be daughterless, because we understand that that in itself is a huge barrier to entry. Netflix or Spotify is 60 Rand for that subscription. To listen to an hour of music, you'd spend 120 Rand. So the economics of it doesn't make sense at all, because you spend more money on access to the musical content.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, guys. I think we can allow you guys to leave the stage. Thank you so much for the presentation. Can we have the second team to come on stage so that they can start with their presentation? Okay, colleagues, I think we can start with the second presentation. We have Ugu Smart TV, that they're going to be presenting their solution for 15 minutes. Then we'll have time for judges and also audience to actually ask questions. Take it away.
My name is Musaweko Damukono from South Coast in Wet'ugu district. We just conducted a small research. Next slide, please. We just conducted a small research about the problem facing the upcoming or the emerging content creators. We just found out that they have a problem to send their project to broadcasters. For instance, Netflix, Showmax, Mzansi Magic, just to mention a few. There are red tapes when they send their content to these platforms. For instance, when you send your project to Mzansi Magic, there are red tapes, like there's a QC machine which checks your project. then we came up with this app in these past few days where we created a one-stop shop where there is a producers, directors, equipment hiring in one space. The app will give access to local content creators, either music creators, music videos, talk shows, documentaries, short films, or any programs that the content producers or content creators might come up with that they can put in this project or rather an app. About the app will just have login details. So it will also have an option for live streaming to stream the webinars, podcasts, just to mention a few again. So we will need partners like Kumisati Music, the PFB Public Film Board, SAMRO, etc., in order to register the artist and to check the rating of the film, so that we won't just allow any content to come to the app. Where with the app, you can upload your music videos. You can also sell landscape. You can shoot videos from your community or anywhere in the country, and then load it to the app. That will make things easier for pre-production, or rather for people who are making movies. They won't need to go for location scouting and stuff. They'll just see or rather check the videos on the app and then take it from there. Our competitors are Netflix, Showmax, Amazon, MultiChoice, just to mention a few. We are different from them because we are a one-stop shop, and then in our app we'll also provide training programs, equipment hiring for a better or rather a high-quality equipment product for content producers. We also find out that from deep rural areas, they are failing to produce a high-quality project because they are lacking access to equipment, and then they don't have funding. So we will assist in this space. We will have companies like SA Smart Film Arts, which is based in Port Shepstone. There are companies like Broadcast Lighting here in Durban, which will assist in low rates in terms of equipment hiring. I would like to end there. My colleague will assist in a technical part.
For development of ngizocela ukuthi basifakele kuyona, it's www. Oh yes, it's live. What we did here in terms of developing this website, it's a website. It's not a mobile application. It's just a website, and it's a WordPress website. What we did to develop this, we checked that as much as we do, we can code in Java or HTML or use CSS here and there, but then it's too complicated for us to develop an application like this using Java, because we are not that advanced in programming languages. But then we chose to use a content management system, which is WordPress. And then because the specifics of the problem, we have to choose a hosting service that will provide us with a database that will store all the content that will be accessed on our services. What we did, we chose WordPress as a content management system to use, and then we chose MySQL, which comes automatically when you install WordPress for databases, meaning it will be able to store all the data, all the content that is uploaded to the website. If you go on this homepage here, what we have on the homepage, because with online services, you will need traffic to your website. You will need many users of your website. So on the homepage, we provide free services. So the homepage only have videos that are uploaded. Users can upload these videos, but then they're gonna have to be approved by the admins of the website, so that we protect the content, we protect the users from bad content. The videos that you see which are on the homepage are free. Anyone can just dial the web address and then access those videos and watch. That video is free, and then anyone can watch those videos. And then if you go to the Stream Live page, can you go there to the Stream Live page? There, here, this one. Oh, unfortunately, I have to explain this because technically we had an error. We had an error technically. We couldn't implement properly the plugin that allows the users to log in. But then that is where we wronged ourselves. Here, this is the Stream Live page. Here on this page here, what we want to do with this page here, we want to allow content creators to stream their content live. Like for instance, if you are maybe an artist, you can perform your artist here, and you can make your act here. This page here will allow you to use your mobile device, or you can maybe use another third-party source of recording to broadcast yourself. Here, artists can be allowed to make their own concerts in their own space, and then make these concerts monetized. For instance, a user can be able to pay to watch a content online. If you go to the TV page, here we have pay-per-view streaming channels, and then we also have videos on demand on these channels. We used here a plugin that will allow users to stream their content. Also to monetize their content. For instance, a teacher who is not employed, because we have a lot of teachers who are not employed, we have a lot of artists who are not making money with their talent. They can record themselves live and go live and then sell tickets to maybe send notifications to their followers and tell them that they can come live on www.ugusma.tv and then watch themselves performing. Here, what can happen is that if an artist performs, the performance can be live and at the same time can be recorded for later viewing. Meaning, if somebody is live now and to view you have to pay, users can pay, and then this content will be recorded so that if the ones who missed the live session can pay to watch the later recording that is available for later. And then when that recording is recorded, it then becomes a video on demand, which is also can be watched by a user who has paid to watch the I think I covered what the app does, because we didn't do a lot of things. We just wanted to showcase the parts of streaming. What you can do on, if you can go back to the TV page, can go back to the TV page and then choose the channel 3 there. If you can scroll down, all those channels, if you see those channels, the top 5 there, the top 5 channels, those are channels that any artist or any maybe cultural group that wants to broadcast their performance live, they can use any of those channels. But channel 3 is the only one that is live. Now if you can click on there, if you can click the channel 3, yes, that's one. It will go live because, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at station. I'm supposed to show up there. They see that picking of me. Can you please refresh the page? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the guy. The guy is Velazigalala. He is live on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We will allow questions from the judges. Not not sure who's going to start from the judges. Doc, please come through.
No, thank you very much, guys. It's a very bad website. Yeah, not a lot of work. That was what we need to do. With live streaming, I know difficulty that goes into that. Well done. That's innovation. Thank you very much for showing us that we can achieve almost the impossible, and especially in such a short space of time. I can understand the amount of work that went behind that. And thank you for being honest that it's a website on WordPress with plugins, but you got one key thing to work, and that's that live stream. That's innovation to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I'm not sure if we have any questions from the judges then, from the floor.
Well done, guys. Perhaps it's more of a comment. As much as Doc have mentioned as far as the technology part aspects of it, for me, it's more of the visuals that kind of like will kind of make me more interested as far as the visuals on what I'm seeing on the site itself. It's also see blanks whereby it's supposed to be a JPEG, or it's supposed to be visuals as far as the video itself. So it creates an interest for the end user. I think we should also try to prioritize that element as far as how the site looks. And also, for me, from the TV side of things, are you targeting local content, or it's just a platform that will be able to compete internationally? Because you are more, I think the research element kind of like is based in Ugu. So for me, it's like it paints an impression that you're prioritizing creatives or content creators based on your region only, so that the content creators based in Ugu will have a platform to be heard or to be seen outside, since the research shows that there are red tapes as far as the big platforms that are already existing.
Thanks for the question. Well, the website will target users that can be able to access the website, which is accessible internationally because it's on the web. But in terms of the content, I think all the users can be able to. It's not we are not only targeting Ugu people. Ugu is just the name that we came up so that we can be able to present here. And if it works, we can go with this. But we wanted to come up with something that we can be able to present here. So we're not only targeting Abantu from Ugu, we're targeting everyone. So that is why Upudimsa was saying here, we have to do research and then contact all the other organizations that take care of the artists and everyone else. But also what we want to do is that thing of artists suffering because their music is not played here, they are being robbed by the recording companies, so they can be able to record their stuff and then monetize it on these websites, because these websites will allow an artist to broadcast himself for free, or else they can also choose to broadcast themselves as a pay-per-view channel. It's more like everyone can broadcast themselves, except maybe you do not have a content that is monetized. You can maybe just broadcast for free, but then if you are an artist and you want to make money, if you are a motivational speaker and you want to make money, or else you're a cultural group that wants to raise funds, you can also create a pay-per-view channel and then have people pay to watch your content online. The same content can be recorded while you are playing it live, and then people who missed it, if you said your content is live, maybe 12 to 1, I'll be performing on Smart TV, I'll be on channel so and so live, and then some people miss that channel that you maybe there at work, they miss your content, your live content, your content is recorded, they can also access it at a later stage. and provided you make them pay. If it was a pay-per-view or it was live, when it is recorded, it will still sell until the owner of the content says, maybe this content has made me enough money, can you help provide it for free now? Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's a question coming up from the floor. You can come inside.
Okay, Sanbonan, igama usiphepelo kubhele. I have two questions, right? The first question is, you admitted that you guys do not code and you do not use Java. How do you plan to support such a platform? So if people load stuff, what's the plan if things go wrong? That's the one question. Second to that, how much do you know of intellectual property protection within the music industry? So if people are giving you intellectual property out, how are you protecting it? And you also understand that you also need to pay people, other than them making money off the platform, but you are also by law liable to pay for the use of that content to be on your platform. Thank you.
In terms of intellectual property of people's stuff, content, like Putimsa has explained, that we will be in contact with all the organizations like USAMRO and all the other organizations that take care of the property, the intellectual properties of the artists and everyone. But then you have people who are not registered anywhere. They are not registered with any other organization of artists. They just call themselves people who are hungry artists and they want to make money. What we do, we protect the content by just keeping it to our database, and then we will only be in contact with the owner of the content who at that time recorded and then sold that content. I don't know if Putimsa can add to that.
Maybe just to add on that, as I've mentioned, that we need partners like Kundisa Music, Sambo, and all other stakeholders. So those are the ones who will assist in terms of registering of artists and stuff. Because there are content producers here who are making films. They don't even know that the films need to be rated. So that's where FPB comes in, Film Public Board, in terms of rating of the films and stuff. So it's a variety, a big value chain where we need other stakeholders to come on board and assist in terms of, so that it's not a hungry artist, it's an emerging artist. We don't need emerging artists to be robbed. On the other hand, we'll be assisting them in terms of registering their music and for them to have an IP of their product. Thanks.
In terms of payments, we don't control the payments part because we're not coding experts. So we use APIs that are provided by your PayPal, your Stripe, all the companies that control the payments. We only take their application programming interfaces and then integrate into our website so that payments can be safer. We cannot be the ones responsible for the payments.
No, thank you so much for those responses. I'm just trying to think if there's any other questions so that we can go to the other presentation. We have a last presentation, then we will conclude the hackathon. I'm not sure if there's any question from the floor.
Stand up, stand up.
Thank you. Assist me here. I'm trying to understand your product. How long have your station been running? How many views do you have? And you've also mentioned that you're competing with big giants like Showmax and Netflix. Convince me as a filmmaker, why would I take my film and put it on your channel when I can put it to Showmax and get paid and know how many views they have? If you could just clarify those two things for me. And you're also mentioning that you're talking to partners in terms of music. So at the moment, you can't load music for musicians.
cannot control what is happening here. I would say the same thing if I load the film there. How would I know that if I raise it? So if you can just clarify those two things. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. This is just a prototype. It was created about 1 week ago. It's just a demo. We're still busy with the demo, and we've just conducted a small research. So it's from the brief that we got from the hackathon, as well as the small research that we conducted around the area. So we couldn't expand our research because of the time frame that we were given. Other than that, we just use a local research, as we have mentioned, a local content producers. By local, we didn't mean like local in South Coast. We have groups where we interact with other producers from Durban, Peter Marisburg, just to mention a few. So we conducted that research and then came up with something like this. With this Oku TV, it will have variety of programs. As I've mentioned, the talk show, reality shows, religions on Sunday, religious shows on Sundays, Saturdays, kids content in the morning. The list is endless. It's endless. So it will have a variety of programs. It's just a prototype, as I've mentioned. It's still in a development phase. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think, colleagues, we can allow the team to leave the stage. Thank you so much for the presentation. Can we have our last presenter on stage? Okay, we have our last team. The name of the team is 24 Joy Sounds. You have 15 minutes to present your solution, then we will take questions thereafter. You can take it away as Pamanda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipamandla Cherry. We did a platform, an online streaming platform. We called it 24 Joy Sounds. By the time we received a call from for hackathon, and I remembered where I stay at Kwamashu Best. From there, I used to love music when I was a learner at school. Most of the time, or most of the problems that our brothers or that we faced, there was a sample. Whenever you want to do something related to music, they told you that you need to connect with sample. So from there, that's how I was left out, because I was not ready to go to sample because I didn't know what sample does and how would sample assist me on my career for music. So a call like this reminded me that there are many brothers that are in the township, even in the rural areas. There are many brothers that have registered their music, but their music are not being played on these big stations like Ukos, Metro, Kakas. I don't know, because most of the time they normally say that you should pay something in order for your music to be played on those platforms. So our online stream was to assist those guys, because maybe I could have become a big talented R&B star, hip-hop star, but because of these tapes, I was not able to. So our system assists those guys which have registered their music to sample, but have not able to go big, just like the famous celebrities that we know. So our system works as we have a front end for an artist, then we have a front end for a user. A user is someone that is coming on the platform, is going to do a search on the platform, and the artist is the one who goes is the one that has registered to the platform, and is the one who's going to upload their registered tracks on the music or on the platform. What we have we have a design, because normally when we do a system, we start from the design and the development phase. On our design phase, we show that the whole concept, what is it that we want to achieve with this system. Then on the actual program or on the actual code, then we show you the functions that are able to play, because we're going to play the track that has been uploaded by the artist, and then the track, the artist will load the track, and then the track will be viewed by the user. So can I have my screens? Oh, here we see the local details for our artist, because what we want to start, we're going to start with the artist, so that it's going to be easy for us to see the interaction between the artist and the user. Our artist is going to log in. So for us, as the guys who have developed the app, it's quite useful for us to have users that have been registered on our platform, because that is useful for us in order we want to attract funders, or we want to attract other stakeholders to be involved in our system. So the registration part is important, because we show them that we do have users on our platform. Here is our dashboard for the artist, someone who has registered as Sambro, who has a track and is going, wants his or she track want to be played on our platform. So from here we have a dashboard that says my account, then the account is all the information of an artist. Then we have a Sambro. When we go to Sambro, we're going to take you straight to the website of Sambro. In case if you say like you are an artist, you say you are registered, but you are not registered with Sambro. So from there, Sambro is going to verify you, or if you are not a legit one, you're going to learn how to register with Sambro. Then when you go to Jandra is where different types of artists make different types of music. Sometimes an artist is able to do a gospel song. Sometimes an artist song. So whenever you upload the music, you an ability for you to choose which one are you going to people to search. When they search, they say when they search for hip hop, we side they want your track to be viewed. Then we have all these functions where you see my music. Then there's add song. Then we have add video. When you add song, it's an audio song that you're going to add. You are able to add the track. You are able to delete the track. When you add the video, the tracks that we take is the one that is registered with Sambro. We don't take any tracks. If you want the video, we take the ones that is registered with Sambro, and we have add promo song. So they say the let's say you're doing a live track or a live show, but you do want to promote that particular track. So you upload the music and go to add promo song or a video from there, so that we are able to view your content, so that you are able to get what you want on our platform. So can you go to test when you add the song, so that we will see the functional side of the application. Can you add the song on the platform? When you add the song, there's a text bar for you to edit for you to title the name of the song. Can you please title? And then can you give me the name of the artist? Since we've been using testing, then I'm able to upload the picture, the song. You choose a photo so that people will see your picture by the time they are scrolling on your track. And then the artist will be able to add that particular track on the platform. This track that has been added on this side is going to be viewed on the front screen. Here's the homepage of the artist. It's going to be able to view that particular track that has been added and be able to view the track, delete the track, or edit anything if there's something that needs to be edited or need to be viewed from the track. This screen is this is the homepage of the artist. So now can you check the screen of a user? When the first time user go to online and search for 24 Joy Stream, he or she is going to get the homepage that has like every tracks that were being played at that particular time, or latest tracks that were hit at that particular time. So our platform is a freemium and a premium. So we have a user that is able to play music, and that particular music will be disturbed by ads, which is a freemium. So you'll be asked to subscribe. When you subscribe, we will be taking seats. We are targeting that these artists or these township guys. So our subscription, if you do not want to see the ads, you'll be said to pay at least two rands for those ads not to be on the platform. But if you are using the one that is free, you are going to see the ads. You'll be asked to skip the ads and more like YouTube. So why do we have the ads on our platform? On our platform is having ads on our platform is one of the money streams that will assist us as the owners or as the owners of the system, or because I have not went too deep in how Samro works, because after this presentation I've heard guys, there are fees that are being paid to artists. So all of those 2 rands or all of those ads will assist us to pay anything that we are going to experience in future. So our platform was developed where we realized that we need to close this gap, but we haven't not went deep into the industry of music as much as we have not went into how sample works and as much as other stakeholders that are involved in the music industry. But with the ads and those fees that the premium guys, those funds will assist us to secure anything that we need to pay in future. Our tracks, can we play that track on this is the user platform. Now we're testing the track, which has been uploaded by the artist. Yes, our track is 4 minutes, and the track has begun. I don't know, maybe it's the sound. That's why maybe you are not able to hear it. But the user is able to download the track and be able to play the music on their devices, on their external devices. So for us as the owners of the platform, we'll be able to get users from the side of the buyers or side of the commuter, of the customers, and we'll be able to get the users on the side of the artist. So when we go to stakeholders or when we go to funders, we'll be able to release the stats. So that is when they hear our story. My presentation ends here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amanda. I think for the sake of time, colleagues, we will take 2 questions so that Mr. Amanda can respond, and we will end this specific session. I'll take Mr. Amanda.
So wonderful. I'll say, because I'm also Superman. Logish, based on the presentation, I understand obviously when a person you want a dream of becoming a musician, of which I think it paved the way. It's okay, let me try and pave the way for whatever or whoever who faced a similar challenge. But what I've picked up, your app, or what you're trying to pitch today, it has elements that are as a cause a confusion for Mundo Ferry platform. For instance, it has CMO, like for instance, Sambro as an example. But having a Sambro, even there's also URISA that deals with ISRC that is also crucial. But what I'm trying to say to you, as Ikumisa, we can pave a way through our programs like the first stage that we normally have and other programs. Seek train, seek assist to understand the gist of music industry as far as understanding lama institutional as far as in order for an artist to be on the platform proper and able to generate royalties and able to generate money for your platform. Currently, what you've presented, Ngati, you still need assistance as an individual in order for you to solve issues within the industry of music. Yabo.
Thank you. I think there was just a comment and advising Spamandla. Dr. Ross, you can come in for the last question, then we can conclude the session.
No, thank you very much, Spa. My concern with your app, I see you're running it on a local IP address, so which means that it hasn't been, you haven't published it. So that means that you actually did coding, you developed it. You're not using any Joomla or anything like that. You're running it pure on.
Yes, currently it's just running on our system.
So you actually coded and you developed this. No, I see. No, I see. Okay, and then your uploading and the playing, the downloading, that interface, you developed everything behind that, every button.
Yes.
So you don't use plugins or anything?
No, currently I will
I see. Kudos to you.
No, thank you, Spamandla. Thank you for the presentation. I think now we have come to the end of the demo. We will allow the judges to deliberate, then we will announce the winners before the end of the program today. So thank you so much for indulging us and participating in this session. Thank you so much. We are ending the session now. Thank you.
sanamukela namhlanje kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Kumazwi fortune ngithi hlaleni kanjalo ningasuki ngoba sinenkunzi yami la entambeni siyawususa manje umsindo. Sithi qhuzasha phike ibhakazi bhekene phezulu bafana bakuthi cha hlaleni kanjalo la kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Awuzwayo. Galilian.
We have sound. Thank you.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us. This panel is titled Thoughts from Action Leaders on Local and International Creative Shifts. The empty room tells us of the gravitas of the creative sector and arts. And in every society, in every present time that people are living, whether people were living in the 18th century, the 19th century, or now in the 21st century, current art is probably the most neglected. It's the least funded. It is the least paid attention to. And yet, the work created by people like you in the room and people like you who are online is what becomes the code of history. If you are in Denpasar in Indonesia, looking at the ancient temples, those were built by modern architects of their time. If you're looking at the artifacts of Africa, Songhai and Mali, the mosques of Benin, those were religious and cultural artifacts of their modern time, usually created by marginalized and isolated groups. Today, we have a group of people coming from different streams who will talk to us in terms of the sort of cultural and creative shifts that are happening now and how these creative shifts, what are the leading thoughts, what are the driving thoughts with regard to this? We're going to connect to one of our virtual panelists to start with. Ms. Stella Khumalo from the KZN Department of Arts and Culture has a long history in the sector. And Stella has some incredible experience and good lessons to teach, coming from literally being an interface in the commercialization of arts. Many of us knew her from Ushaka World and the engagements there that took place from retail through to performance. But I will now ask Stella to join us, and Stella will talk to us from the perspective of her role at KZN Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much, Program
Do
Director.
we have a connection online link? Who am I looking to for technical? Excuse us.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible?
You are audible, you are not visible. Oh, excellent. Welcome. Ms. Stella Kumalo, it's a pleasure to see you this afternoon. Stella, thank you for joining us.
I am just hoping I'm audible. I'm in a quite noisy area here, but if I'm audible, I will then go ahead and do the presentation. Can I just confirm with the organizers whether the presentation has been received?
It is on the screen. So members of the audience, as we've said, Ms. Kumalo will talk to us about government's enabling legislation and programs that support creatives. How is government creating an environment that supports your work and ensures that you become part of the legacy of this province? Stella, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm just hoping I'm still visible because I need to also look at my presentation as it goes on. A bit of a disadvantage if you are not present in the session itself. If the person who's controlling the presentation for me could please move on to the next slide after the covering slide. I am going to be talking, and I was told I only have got 10 minutes, so I'm going to try and run through the presentation as quickly as I can. Government, as you probably all would be aware, has, and the president of the country has spoken to this in his State of the Nation address, has actually undertaken a route of identifying 8 strategic areas of focus, and these are actually as defined in the National Economic Recovery Plan, which is made out of the focus areas that were on the screen in the previous slide. So moving on, slide that I see being projected now, if the click through so that the entire slide could please show. If you can just click, just keep clicking. Go on. Yes, you can stop now. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to highlight in this particular slide what makes up the strategy that we are talking about. From the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture perspective, it became evident that coming out of COVID-19, and we all are saying coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that it has had on the industry in particular, we have had to come up with strategies that would make sure that we stabilize the industry. Hence, the makeup of the strategy that we are talking about is the first key issue, the outcome that talks to stabilization. And then the second section of this strategy talks to consolidation, and then it talks to expansion. And you will note that in what I'm going to cover in the presentation, the focus at this point in time, in as far as the entire government is concerned, is in the area of stabilization, which is all about the immediate support and any other support we can be able to provide to the industry. If we go on to the next slide, you will then note that within the department, as informed by the research that we did, that informed how we can be able to recover and reconstruct the industry. First of all, we talk to the support that needs to shift to online business models. I think the one thing that we can all say COVID-19 pandemic has actually taught us is that there is a need to adapt and innovate. And this is the key focus area, as you'll see in the programs that I will be speaking to. The second area is to be as domain specific as possible. Those of you that are coming from the industry would actually understand that when we talk about domains in the industry, the cultural and creative industry, we're talking about the area of, for instance, performing arts and music. We're talking about the area of visual arts, craft, books and publishing, which is the third domain within cultural and creative industry, and others, but maybe just to save on time, let me not try and mention all of them. The third focus area is the young and the early career creatives. We are recognizing as government the fact that when we talk unemployment generally, we are talking unemployment that specifically is felt more within the young people within the country. Hence, our strategy focuses on the young and the early career creatives, and you'll see the programs that actually focus on that. What the key stakeholders within the industry have said to us is that there is a need for longer-term national strategies that support the creative economy, and we've responded to that in as far as the programs that I'm going to cover. If we go on to the next slide, you will then see our contribution to job creation. Like any other government department, we have also been challenged to deliver against the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. So the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, I'm not going to try and define program director because I think it's been spoken about a lot. But where I wanted to zoom in is in as far as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is concerned. And you will see in the slide that is being projected, the narrative that talks to the highlights of our program. For instance, it talks to the 9 projects that we had to implement. It talks to the 4 of the above projects that I'm talking about that have already been implemented and completed. It talks to the number of beneficiaries in total that have actually benefited directly and indirectly from this program, etc. Again, just to save on time, let me not go through that. But we do acknowledge as government the fact that there's been a lot of challenges that we experienced in the process of implementing the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. And among some of them would be the dropout that we found as people discover other opportunities. They would just simply move out of the program, and it compromises the program. And particular slide, it talks to the high number of non-compliant applicants. And we see this as a challenge in as far as how do we deal with the issues of getting the people that apply for funding in government to be able to meet the requirements. How do we actually streamline, how do we align the compliance requirements so that we don't, at the end of the day, compromise the potential applicant. If you go on to the next slide, I'm not going to go through it, but we are just highlighting in this slide and giving an indication of the spend in as far as these 9 projects that I'm talking about. And I'm not going to deliberate and talk to this one. Let us go on to the next one where I want to just focus very quickly. The one area that government has actually focused on, particularly this Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, is focusing on a reform action that talks to creating markets and a conducive environment. In as far as a national department is concerned, the focus in our case and the key mandate for the department at national level would be to create a conducive environment and an enabling environment. And this is it's just some of the examples I wanted to talk to. Firstly, the creation of spaces in the province. In the provinces, if you look at the entire country, you will find that it's been KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Gauteng, Free State that actually have got theatre or theatre facilities that have been supported by the department. As an Eastern Cape, there was a declaration of the Nelson Mandela Theatre Complex that we as a department have started to support. But if you look at other provinces, like for instance, the Northern Cape, the Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest, there has not necessarily been any theatrical complexes or facilities that are actually provided. Hence, the creation of spaces, because it then enables the artists to be able to showcase their products and their art. The second area is the cultural and the creative industries master plan. One of the key areas that I was asked to cover is to actually give an indication of what are the strategies and the programs that as a department we are putting in place to support the industry. And I think for me, program director, it will be this blueprint document, which is the cultural and the creative industries master plan, because it actually has got the input of the industry. It actually is informed by the on-the-ground kind of consultation that was done in the development of this master plan. It is now starting going through the clusters to cabinet, and we are hoping within 2 months, 2 months' time, cabinet will have approved the cultural and the creative industries master plan. Key to the pieces of legislation that become important for the industry are these two pieces of legislation that are highlighted in that third bullet: the Copyright Amendment Bill and the Performance Protection Bill. Those of you that are in the industry would be aware of the fact that these two bills are quite critical in as far as issues relating to the rights of the artist are concerned. These particular pieces of legislation had already gone through to the president, and the president had actually sent them back to Parliament for Parliament to begin to address the areas of reservations that the president had raised. We are happy to see that the parliamentary structures have really engaged with these two pieces of legislation to an extent that public hearings have already been held. And I think I need to just emphasize that the key issue in as far as these bills are concerned is in relation to the fair use versus the fair dealing debate that the artists would be aware of. The last bullet there talks to the National Book Development Plan. One of the key domains that are within the cultural and creative industry is the area of books and publishing. And what we are doing right now as the National Department is finalizing the appointment of the advisory teams that are coming from the industry across the different provinces that are actually going to be part of the development of the policy on the book development and ultimately the plan and the strategy for implementation. If you go to the next slide, we talk to the issues of supporting academic through the Mzansi Golden Economy funding, and you and there is a project which we call the Debut Fund program that we are running as a department that focusing on the young artists, and you can see the numbers in terms of the participants that we have. Commissioning work from the artists became very important, especially during the pandemic, in as far as making sure that especially the visual artist is able to benefit from this project. Lastly, I want to just highlight the Community Art Center Development Program, program director that we are supporting to the children. There is about 15 community art centers that we are supporting and the academies, and then launch the artists to the world at large. Lastly, is the area of skills transfer. We are recognizing the fact that we can never, as government, have enough money to fund different domains. Hence, the focus on alignment of skills to the 4IR through that program, where 800 participating artists are participating and actually gaining skills in as far as business management, finance and brand management, PR, media relations, and communication. This is just among some of the programs that I can mention. I am not going to go further in the presentation around the area of heritage, around the area of sport. If the person who's controlling the presentation can just take the slide through those particular areas, just to show that our plan, our economic and recovery and reconstruction plan, talks to the area of heritage. It talks to the area of sport. If you go on to the next slide, and I'm not going to talk that because I understand that the focus of this summit was on the cultural and creative industry. And I think lastly, it talks to the area of infrastructure, which is the very last slide before the thank you slide. Program director, I am really not sure whether I was audible in this presentation. I really have got a very high level of noise interference in the background, but I'm hoping if this presentation can be distributed, it would really assist in terms of assimilation of the information that was contained in the presentation. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khumalo. Dr. Khumalo has to dash off. Unfortunately, she has a poor link. So I'm going to ask just for this session, her section, if there are any questions from the room. I think we can see from the presentation that there are quite a few initiatives coordinated by the KZN Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in terms of funding. Are there any questions that any of our audience would like to ask of Dr. Khumalo before she has to leave?
Thank you very much, Dr. Khumalo. I appreciate the initiative, and I think it's worthwhile. The effort is very much appreciated. On the slide, you mentioned that, sorry, now there is plan to help new creatives to create networks in the industry. My question here is, what exactly are those plans? How are you going to implement them, and how are you going to make sure that they are sustainable?
Dr. Khumalo, are you able to respond to that? Do we still have the connection?
Yes, I do. You want me to respond? I thought you'd take questions and I can respond, Program Director.
Yes.
You want me to respond per question?
No, we'll take a series of about 3 questions in total. Any other questions? No takers? Okay, so we only have that question. Thank you. If you could please respond, Dr. Khumalo.
Thank you, Program Director. I think perhaps I was moving very fast through my presentation. I spoke about initiatives that are geared towards supporting the industry. And just to mention a few of those that are actually covered in the presentation, what we have been doing in the last year, working with the sector itself, was to put together a cultural and creative industries master plan. And I said in my presentation, we see this as the blueprint document that talks to how on short, medium, and long term we can be able to take this particular industry forward. And I was then mentioning in my presentation the key areas that actually make up the economic recovery and the reconstruction plan. And I was mentioning among some of these that as a national department, we see our role as being very critical in terms of audience development. And how we contribute to audience development is by making sure that we put the infrastructure that is required in place. Hence the focus on those provinces that currently do not have any playhouses, do not have any theaters. And I was mentioning that the case in point here would be Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest, while we go on with supporting those particular provinces where playhouses and theaters are already available in terms of the creation of spaces. And I spoke about in my presentation a key area, what we deem to be a key area, that one of skills transfer. And I was saying our focus in terms of skills transfer is to make sure that we enable self-sustainability. Because for us, what becomes important is that we do not sustain the syndrome of dependency within the industry forever. But we actually put programs in place that enable an artist within the industry to be self-sustainable. And I was mentioning, for instance, currently we have a program where we have about 800 artists from throughout the country that are participating in a program where they are being skilled with competencies that would make sure that they gain the skills that align them to the 4IR. And I made mention, for instance, of the kind of modules that are covered in this particular area. And lastly, I was mentioning our focus on community art centers. And I was saying we recognize the community art centers as being very important as a pipeline from the community art centers to the theaters, to the academies, and to the world. Because as we all understand the industry, what becomes important for the artist is to have the right kind of exposure through the platforms that are actually provided. And the program that we actually have in place is geared towards make sure that we achieve that. I am hoping I've answered the question, but as I said, the rest of what is on my presentation contains the other kind of interventions that are geared towards taking the industry towards this sustainability we're talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much on the screen. And in the room, we also have some reach out to the colleagues in the room. They'll be able to assist you with that presentation and also with contacts in terms of being able to reach the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you very much, Dr. Khumalo, for your contribution. We appreciate you joining us. Next up, we have the Honorable Honorary Consul of Indonesia, Mr. Ibrahim Patel. Mr. Patel has a very diverse and interesting history as a management consultant in KZN, but also having worked with the youth wing of the World Islamic Economic Forum, and comes with some really amazing insights in terms of that transition between economic viability and the arts. Mr. Patel, can you give us some insights from Indonesia in terms of shifts in the industry with regard to support to creatives?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite well aware that we are at the dog hour. That means we are at the last end of a 3-day conference and everyone is really tired. So I'll try and be as brief as possible. I'm really excited. As I walked into this venue, I saw such wonderful creativity. And as I sat in the audience in the last session, where we had this talent that was pitching itself on the viability of all its different apps, I was really amazed at the talent that we have in KZN. I'm really excited because we live in the most exciting time when the creative sector is now seen as central to economy. At one stage, the creative sector was only considered as being the art form. But creative sector has now encompassed various different overarching sectors as well. So let me share a little perspective from Indonesia. For those that don't know where Indonesia is, it's in the Southeast Ocean, Southeast Asian Ocean, close to Malaysia and China and Australia. It is a very diverse, multicultural, multilinguistic, and multiform country that's spread over 16,000 islands, a population of 253 million people from 13,000 different ethnic groups. So the diversity of this community is phenomenal. And art and the creatives permeate all parts of life. So if we look at this streetscape of Surabaya, you see the art form within the pavements and as they've decorated the pavements on the main streets. Similar to South Africa, we have rickshaw pullers as well. And you see that art form permeate into their homes and into the rural areas where even little alleyways are filled with art. Can we get to the next slide? Sorry, I'm not used to next slide stories. And this creativity is also within the food sector. So if we look at that first picture, there's actually a food stall in a marketplace on the street, but yet you find that creativity within it and the permeation of colors that comes through. And Indonesia has a great deal of color, as you can see from my shirt as well. As I walked in, I was reminded of a particular story. This is Nisa Genting. She is from a little town in Surabaya, and she manufactures leather goods. She makes handbags. Sorry, can we go back? She makes handbags, and she told me, when she heard that I was from South Africa, she says, do you know, I buy crocodile skin from Durban. She takes crocodile skin from Durban, she turns it into a handbag, and she sells those handbags in Milan. Can you imagine that? We have crocodile skin leaving Durban, going all the way to Surabaya, being turned into a high fashion bag that is sold in Milan, and she tells me that she sells it for close on to 20,000 rands. Can you imagine that? This creativity is within the people. So if we go on to the next slide, that creativity also goes into, and I'll tell you a second story about coffee. Coffee is one of the biggest crops of Indonesia. But that coffee has now been turned into a story, and coffee has become the most exported artisanal item from Indonesia. And these are young people that have taken coffee that is grown in traditional plantations, added a little story to it, put a little flavor into it, and turned it into mega industries, so much so that they've created chains across the US as well. These are young entrepreneurs that just applied a little bit of creativity to a traditional product. And that creativity was in the marketing side. If we go on to the next slide, this creativity of Indonesia was harnessed by the government. We realized that creativity has become a central part of the economy. So much so that in the year 2015, the president of Indonesia launched a specific creativity ministry called Bektraf, which is similar to ETIA and works a lot with the creative industry. The result of that is in 2017, 15.9 million people were employed within the creative sector, and it generated 7% of the total GDP of the country. They broke it down into 16 formal sectors of the creativity industry. And as you can see, culinary, fashion, craft, media, publishing, architecture formed part of it. But interesting part was that product design, the fine arts, interior design, and visual communication became central to it as well. So the length and breadth of the creative sector has increased. They predicted by 2020 that it will be contributing 10% of the GDP of the country. Of course, COVID has delayed that a bit. Here we go on to the next slide. As Claude pointed out earlier, I've been involved with the WIEF Young Leaders Network, and we have curated a number of artists who collaborated from across the world, across genres. So as I was sitting earlier on, I heard the developers talking about the different genres and how do we collaborate. So we created a platform where a rock artist to a tabla player to a violin player from different backgrounds and different ethnic backgrounds could collaborate and create music. So much so that Nisa Adina Tofi is from Sarawak in Malaysia. When she was 15 years old, she was one of the artists that performed at one of our programs. Someone heard her within that, and we introduced her to that. He was a maestro. He fine-tuned her talent, and in 2019, she played at the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra. She played a solo, and then she's released her own album. She is now a worldwide sensation. And this just gives us an insight as to how, when we start harnessing and we start centralizing the creative industry and create the strategies around it, we can unlock a great deal of value for our young and upcoming artists, for the young entrepreneurs across different sectors. And with that, I'd like to thank you, Claude, for that time. I hope I've kept to within my 80 minutes which you allotted to me. Terima kasih, siyabonga, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think it's worth noting that the famous Madiba shirt is actually a batik print from Indonesia, as you can see, worn by Mr. Patel, and which all of us recognize in South Africa. Another also interesting fact about Indonesia is that many people believe that the Afrikaans language was originated by the white Dutch settlers, and it was not. Afrikaans was first written in Arabic script by Indonesian scholars, or scholars from modern-day Indonesia, scholars and most importantly artists and creatives who were deported for being insurrectionists by the Dutch from their home countries as slaves to Cape Town and started the Muslim population in Cape Town. So the Afrikaans language as you know it today actually originated from Indonesia. Thank you very much. Indeed. Well noting. Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. We'll leave questions for all the other panelists to the end, so please note any questions you may have. We are then, the next panelist that we will be crossing to online is Mzwanele Memani. Do we have you online? He will talk about government's enabling legislation as well, and with a special focus in terms of the Departments of Small Business Development.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I able to share a presentation, if the host can help me?
Technical, can we share the presentation? One moment, Mzwanele, we're working with you.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm so pleased to speak after the speaker from Indonesia who mentioned issues of creativity and innovation. So in 2020, the South African government felt that we need to recover the economy utilizing small businesses. And localization was identified as one of the key instruments that is going to drive economic recovery. So the element of today's discussion that focuses on the creative industries, we have embraced it in the Department of Small Business Development through a craft customized sector program. So, Chair, I just have a few slides to really speak on, but just as a background, this is what the cabinet felt it is important to embrace the issues of industrialization through localization so that we can build the productive economy, creative economy that we are talking about today, because there is no doubt, Chair, that we can only create jobs and transform the ownership patterns by using all the small, medium, and micro enterprises all over South Africa. And so this framework was also part of the in 2020. Just few pointers, Chair. I won't go to each and every detail of the objectives of this framework, but what we want to do is really to build the manufacturing capacity of small businesses in South Africa. And clearly, Chair, if we hear that some raw material leaves South Africa, not just, I'm glad that the speaker mentioned crocodile skin that leaves Durban. But there's a lot of raw material that leaves the country, and the other countries, what they do, they add value and sell back those products to us as manufactured products. So we really want to see small businesses at the forefront of manufacturing, at the forefront of producing these creative products. And the other point I just want to touch on is the issue of establishing a route to market, because it's going to be important that as more and more small businesses manufacture products, of course, you know, they have to find a market for those products. In other words, someone has to buy. And I think from 2020, Chair, we started a program of working with all the big companies in South Africa so that we establish linkages, market linkages between big and small businesses. And other important points, of course, is the export market. And it's actually interesting, Chair, that in our own analysis, the craft sector played a key role where we saw a lot of products that are produced by crafters. Those products are actually exported. And the question is whether the crafters that produce those products earn the premium or not. That's another question, Chair, because people will possibly sell those products at a less value, but when they reach the international markets, those products produced by crafters fetch a huge margin. Localization also has to be linked to issues of skills development. So this really talks to the role of the education sector, the universities, TVET colleges, SITAs, anyone who's involved in skills development has to make sure that the learners we are grooming are creative, are innovative, are able to take raw material and transform it into something that is very interesting. And innovation and digitization, fourth industrial revolution, those are the things we want small businesses to embrace so that they don't lag behind. And lastly, in that framework, we want to make sure we mobilize funding. Unfortunately, we still have constraints in terms of mobilizing funding. But because manufacturing and producing is an expensive aspect, for now, at least we've developed a localization program so that we can support manufacturers with equipment, machinery, the facilities where they do the production, at least up to a value of 15 million. So Chair, if I zoom straight now into the craft customized sector program, which is relevant for today's session, this is a program that was revised in June 2021. It's been operational for some time, and I'm sure some of the participants are aware of this program. It's focusing on 3 areas. The first area is the area of product development. And I think listening to conversations today, there was a lot of talk about product design, creativity, innovation. And I think, Chair, as long as people can't be creative, can't be innovative, there is nowhere they will be able to design or develop a new product. So this is a very essential area we want to focus on so that somehow, working with all of our partners, we can inspire young people, rural enterprises, township enterprises, urban entrepreneurs to design and develop products. And the second area, which is also very key as part of this program, it focuses on enterprise development. Now, those businesses that are already existing, they also need support so that they can graduate and make sure they become profitable and become viable businesses. So there's a lot of building of capacity, there's a lot of training, there's a lot of support, testing of their products, and make sure these products are products of good quality. So the area of enterprise development, we rate it as very key. And also it's aligned to the issues of funding. And then the last area, Chair, which is also very key, is the area of market access, which we believe is very key for any business. Anyone who starts a business, if they have a product but can't sell it, then that's a problem. That business won't be viable, can't be able to grow. So there are various options that we have in the country, and we're also pleased to hear that in KZN, there is an e-commerce platform that has been designed so that you can do the matchmaking between sellers and buyers. And I think in the department, there is an online platform that we have where all the products that are produced by these enterprises can be loaded on this portal, and so that they can access markets. But also, we have to look at other local markets in the country so that we are not only restricting ourselves to online platforms, but also through the retailers and the craft markets that exist in the country. Can we find linkages between the micro businesses and those major craft markets that operate in Sandton, in Cape Town, and in other parts of the country? And then international market, of course, that's always going to be a lucrative opportunity for small businesses to produce their products and be able to export. So there's a number of platforms and events and exhibitions where at least we want small businesses to participate into. And then, Chair, lastly, then the modalities of how we implement this customized sector program is through memorandum of understandings with all the 9 provincial economic development agencies in the country, as well as the creative industries development agencies, because we want to make sure we work very closely with provinces, because provinces are also very close to crafters, they are very close to SMMEs on the ground. So for us, we partner with those institutions so that they are the ones who can tell us, these are the businesses we have, these are the crafters we have, and this is what they do. And also the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is a key partner in the space of the craft customized sector program. And so working with them, the department was able to make sure, you know, as a result of the pandemic, at least there was a relief fund to support the crafters. So, Chair, I think with those few highlights, it's then going to be important for us to strengthen those relationships because we really work through relationships. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mzonele. And I think it's very encouraging to see in the presentation that as much as creatives have their creative focus, it's important to understand that there are other softer issues or tangential issues to the success of your product reaching the market through commercialization that you need to equip yourself with. And as you can see, the Department of Small Business does provide the sort of support and development to assist you with that. Again, if you can hold any of those questions until we move on to the end of the session. Next we have from Brand South Africa, Ms. Shamiso Hlatshwayo. She will talk to us about the programs that Brand SA has implemented to mitigate the challenges that are being encountered by creatives in the creative sector. Ms. Hlatshwayo, are you with us? Okay, we've lost that connection. So move on to the next speaker. We've lost that connection. So move on to the next speaker, Mr. Ms. Farai Ngube from the British Council South Africa. Is Ms. Ngube connected to us online?
Yes.
Welcome, welcome. Speaking to us on lessons and experiences learned from programs implemented to support creatives by the British Council. Welcome, Ms. Ngube, and we are excited to hear what you have to share.
Thank you and good afternoon. Yes, I'm from the British Council and Head of Arts for South Africa and also Regional Lead for Culture Connect in Sub-Saharan Africa. So, as mentioned earlier, I will try to be brief because it's been a long day, an exciting festival, but I will just try to highlight some of the key lessons we've learned from the British Council as we've been working in South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. The first one is around storytelling, and we have looked and tried to understand what it is and what it means for storytelling from an African perspective and who is telling our stories. And this comes as a key learning point and a key driver towards promoting sustainability. So we ask questions around how the stories we tell and the perspectives and perceptions they create shape how we see each other. How is this willingness to network then translates to the number and quality of connections we make between these places, the stories, and the people? How these stories and perceptions created affect the willingness to network across the UK, Sub-Saharan Africa, and globally. So in a nutshell, what we are looking at, or what we have learned, is to really support creatives in South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa to own and take the leading role in telling their own stories. And we are investing, working with other partners like Africa No Filter, to be able to bring our own stories of the work that we're doing into the forefront and to change perceptions. So the key learning here is, from our end, is to really give the power to enable creators, artists, to be able to take the lead, to drive these stories and to promote sustainability from a cultural and creative sector lens. The second lesson is around economic empowerment, the economic value of our cultural and creative industries. And when we look at this, in all honesty, there is need to increase investment into the creative and cultural industries. There is need for us to also look at long-term investment into the creative industries. There's also need to look at the different funding models or investment models that exist, and to place ourselves as the British Council in terms of all these models and value chain of investment. Where do we sit? It is critical because when you look at how you now design your programs, you need to be aware in terms of how much your investment can enable and is being relevant to that particular creative or creative enterprise within their journey. And as the British Council, the other role that we've taken is to really become a connector, a convener, to say, okay, this is where we sit in terms of funding. We give out their banks. Now we're having conversations with Afrexim Bank because they are a big institution and they're looking at big investment loans to activate the creative economy. So how do we bring different partners to be able to invest and being aware of where our funding should sit? So for example, we run programs around skills transfer, skills exchange, and also skills development. That's where we've seen that within this value chain of funding investment, this is where our funding is best placed. The second lesson is around being able to harness and to capitalize on the social capital, the human-to-human connection, building relations and connections. And we have a lot of programs that we have delivered in the past years, which are really around connecting young people, connecting creatives, artists from South Africa into Sub-Saharan Africa and also the UK. These, for example, we've done hubs as hosts, where we have brought together a group of about 20 to 40 young creative organizations to be able to interact, to design programs, to exchange and host each other within their spaces, and to understand, to push boundaries, and to rethink how they're doing things, and to learn from each other. The last key lesson that I would like to share is around technology. And this comes as COVID-19 hit us. And we realized that everything just moved into digital. Were we prepared for it? I don't know. Where are we sitting as Africa in general? That's a question that I would like to throw to everyone. But what we learned is we can no longer wait and be like, oh, we are losing connection. We don't understand how the technology is working. We don't understand the fourth industrial revolution. The lesson there for us is we need to play a pivotal role to be able to support young people within the creative industries to be able to sharpen their skills, to understand the fourth industrial revolution, what it is and what it means to their business. And my fellow presenters have actually shared the access to markets. How do you utilize digital platforms to be able to access markets? How do you utilize digital platforms to be able to still showcase your work? So this has been a wake-up call for us, and we're saying, let us not be left behind. Let us actually embrace the technology. Let us start looking at what platforms can we design and support that are locally grown to be able to push the work that we do and to get the economic value that we need. So those are some of the key lessons that we have learned in our programs. And in everything that we do, it has to be really contextualized, localized, and to be relevant to the context of South Africa. And this is important in building sustainability going forward. So you find that as the British Council, we do not deliver programs. We work through partners based in South Africa. We've got the understanding of the context, the needs of the creative and cultural industries of South Africa. And we are there to be that enabler, to provide the support, to provide the connections. And we commission a lot of research. We do a lot of meetings to understand what different partners are doing. And we want to continue doing this work because the local investment for us is important to build the long-term sustainability that is going to support the growth of the cultural and creative industries. And linked to that is also the appreciation of the cultural and creative industries sitting within an informal economy and looking at what does this mean in terms of a creative business trying to establish itself and to grow. How do we also work to see how banks can invest in this informal sector that is present, that is viable, and that is actually able to sustain in the long run? So those are some of the lessons that I would like to share with you this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Farai. Your words resonate with a lot that has been said today. I think when you talk of owning our art, owning our own stories, that is resonating not just through our society, but we've also heard it in the hackathon where we see how a lot of the focus was on how creatives are actually owning the means of interfacing. And absolutely, I think we've heard this repeatedly, COVID accelerated so much of how we engage with the world. In many ways, it forced us to realize that we can't only look locally, but to look internationally. Thank you very much for that. We'll come back to you with some questions later on, but we're moving on now to Ms. Joy Mbewana, who's sitting with us here in the room from CCIFSA. She's the president, and she'll tell us a little bit about the federation, but she'll also tell us about the current challenges encountered by her organization on the ground. Joy, we hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Greetings, creatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Joy Mbewana from the Cultural and the Creative Industry Federation of South Africa. Niyaphila kodwa ma-artist. So. Ningakhohlwa ngewomunye wenu, I might be seated on this side, but I'm asked to talk about the federation. In 2009, the creatives of this country were once invited by the president, Jacob Zuma at that time. He invited all his cabinet just to engage us as creatives, just to say, let's find a way, let government find a way of creating an enabling environment for us as creatives to flourish. Unfortunately, in that meeting in 2009, kwafanele ukuthi iphele, because each and every creative, there was nothing like a one voice of the creatives in South Africa. It was Ujoy saying, ukuthi, this is the challenges that I am experiencing as a creative. Each and every artist, then the president at that time said, no, it is absolutely difficult for us as government to engage our creatives while nikuluma with many voices. So he then encouraged us to go and organize ourselves. So by that time, there was a task team that was appointed by Ubaba Paul Mashatile, who was a Minister of Arts and Culture at that time. So the processes of trying to organize the industry started in 2009, and then in 2015, there was a first inaugural conference of the federation called the Cultural and the Creative Industries Federation of South Africa. And that it was led by Ubaba Utoni Khoroga. That was the first elective conference where there were 60 delegates from each and every province. That leadership. Then again in 2019, we had the second elective conference of the federation, where I got elected as a president of the federation. But the main aim of the federation is to organize the industry, unite the industry, work on policies and legislations of the cultural and the creative industry. And I was asked to talk about the challenges faced by the industry. I would really want to say that COVID has hit hard on us. But before COVID, we really had so many challenges. Before I became the president of the federation, I was one of the leaders of the Cultural and Creative Workers Union of South Africa, which was KUSA. So I'm mentioning this because if you look at all the workers in the country, they've got trade union movement. The issue of organizing ourselves is something that we cannot shy away from and say that in most cases, we will talk about ungawatoli imsebenzi, we will talk about ungayitholi imali on time. We'll talk about many workplace issues that need to be addressed by a trade union. So as SIFSA, people tend to think that ours is also to mediate between the worker and the employer and then employee. So if you look at sport, the difference between us and sports is that at some stage when there was AMA relief department, the issue with the creative industry is that there were many applications, which is the reason ASICO well organized. I'm thinking about, I've been to many gatherings where I need to talk about the plights of our creatives, and it becomes very difficult after 22 years of our democracy that we are still at a state where we are still saying, as he told Imal in time. And my observation is, in the past as creatives, we did not care much to talk about the viable creative economy. We did not care much about organizing ourselves and being radical. And one of the main challenges in the creative industry, the issue of fiscal, the budget that is allocated for us treasure, it's not enough for us to nurture our talent, to capacitate ourselves. When I got elected, one of the things that I've also noticed is that the issue of leadership in the creative industry. We always say that we want to see one day to have a minister or an MEC that is coming from our industry. Okay, that is coming from our industry, but we still need to understand that it is important to expropriate our industry. It is important for us to know our right. It is important for us to look at the existing policies. Are they still relevant to the creative industry? It is important for us to start focusing on legislations and policies, because in the absence of policies and legislations, that is where we are more exploited. And as in a safe place, so as CIFSA, when I joined CIFSA, I felt it is important for us to start by professionalizing the federation itself. So hence we went to the policy conference in December, so that we've got proper policies that could make any investor or private sector to see this federation as a federation that can be funded, as a federation that can be trusted, which it will deliver what is needed for the sector. And also, as I mentioned, the issue of leadership, my into that is very close to my heart was to have more women leading in the creative sector, because if you look at majority of collecting societies and as well as art centers, they are mostly led by men. So in 2020, we launched ISIFSA Women Wing, aiming at capacitating women. And then we had a seminar for women in arts working together with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We also had a seminar for artists with disability, because there's a lot of talent there. We are working on having a seminar for young people, like youth in the creative industry. And we're also looking at ensuring that we do have arts in schools, because our schools, especially government schools, are not really promoting the culture of reading, and they're not suitable for the creatives in this country. Hence, we've got so many dropouts from the young kids that are creatives or are talented, because the schools do not cater for artists, mostly African schools. So those are the key areas that we are focusing in the process of organizing sectors. We are, at the moment, we're having provincial conferences in all the 9 provinces and all the districts of the country. And we've got a partnership with SALGA, so to ensure that the information is distributed, especially to the rural areas of this country. So there are a number of engagements that we're having with private sector, government, and different stakeholders. So we are at a building block of having a statutory body in the cultural and the creative industry, because that is the main thing that we need as artists. I can talk about many challenges that we have, but without us being organized, we will never be able to overcome those challenges, because you go to government and government say, it is absolutely difficult to listen to many voices that are coming from the creative industry. So for me, for us to be able to overcome the challenges that we have, it starts by organizing ourselves. It starts by us being able to work together. It starts by us marching together to government and saying, this is what we want as creatives of South Africa. Some of the challenges are corner in the creative industry. The president of the country has declared 2 pandemics in the country. One, it's the COVID. The second one is the GBV. So during the COVID, we have experienced a 3rd pandemic in the culture and the creative industry, which is mental illness, which is caused by us not being able to do what we love, which is caused by us not earning anything. We've been losing our houses, losing income, losing our dignity as creatives. So it has driven us to a very, very dark corner. So I think we have all seen stories of artists wanting to commit suicide, which is why I applaud the department for their wellness program, which deals with lifestyle management. It deals with the issues of substance abuse. It gives you a free legal advice, because some of the issues that leads us into frustration is us signing contracts that we do not understand because of the pressure of us saying, "Yazini, kade ngihlupheka, it's my time to shine," and we do not look at those small prints within our contracts. So I think such engagements are very imperative at this stage. They are very empowering for us. But without us I will repeat one and the same thing. We need to organize ourselves. We need to make sure that we've got a strong trade union movement, so that we are at the stage where even the Department of Labor does not recognize us as workers. So there are labor rights that every worker of this country is privileged to enjoy. But us as creatives, it's easy for you to get fired if you are complaining about something. Because, and you cannot go to CCMA, you cannot even go to court to say because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all I'm encouraging is that we organize ourselves. We are in a process. We will be having a creative industry in Ndaba. I'm not going to say in which province, but it's going to be a national creative industry in Ndaba, where we will be dealing with policies, where we'll be dealing with legislations, because we've got, everybody needs to be licensed. That's where one day, if you are saying you're an event organizer, you need to have a license. Because every day, I'm an artist. So now, we process Yama Relief Fund. The money went to the wrong hands because abantu bebekwazi ukugcwalisa ama-forms. So ithina ke as creatives okufanele silekelele ukuthi uhulumeni azi ukuthi umuntu uyi-artist ngaliphi, and we must have organizations. In KwaZulu-Natal is a little bit better because there are organizations for the up-and-coming artists, there are organizations for the established artists, etc., etc. We need to have organizations, councils, sector. Councils are the members of SIFSA. So we are in a process of establishing those councils so that if we're going to funding government, it be clear it's going to the Performing Arts Council, or Visual Art Council, etc., etc. My time is very limited. I've prepared a presentation, then I decided not to go to. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I think you did a fantastic job with that presentation. Indeed, I think your presentation touched on, again, some common themes, the issues of organization, the issue of partnerships and cooperation across different sectors, and indeed on artists' voices being heard. Thank you very much. We'll come back to Joy for some questions on the end. The last speaker during the panel today, we have the benefit of having Ms. in Durban. Jacqueline comes with a history that resonates with many of us. She went to a historically black university in the United States, which was the sort of I wouldn't say breeding ground, but fermenting ground of creative talent in the Black America. Many of the TV series that you've seen developing through the 90s, the spin-offs of the Cosbys, many of the popular artists you've seen went to that university, but she went further in terms of doing her graduate studies in African history and has subsequently spent more than 15 years working on the African continent. Jacqueline, can you share with us some of the challenges and solutions, perhaps, in terms of programs that that have been implemented in the United States with regard to creatives?
So, thank you very much, Program Director. I think specifically, I wanted to focus on some of the programs that we have here for creatives through the consulate in the U.S. Embassy. As the Honorary Council said, I am literally the person standing between us and the end of this program, so I don't want to belabor, but I've had a unique opportunity because you asked previously if I have an art background, and I've worked on the outskirts, I think, of the arts and creative industry, including at one point owning a business that focused, it's called I'm a Creator, because I think that it's core to understanding our ability to whether it's affect policy or entrepreneurship. So I've worked global entrepreneurship summits as well as with our Young African Leaders Initiative at the State Department, and had an opportunity to have a sort of front seat look at entrepreneurship across the continent. And I think we have a few programs that sort of highlight in particular and so we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we can go to the next slide. We can go to the next one. So specifically, I work in the area of public diplomacy and public affairs. You can go on to the next slide. And what I think is really important to understand about our organization and how it works is in the last 20 years, the Department of State, which is our equivalent of DERCO, has transformed and moved this area of public diplomacy into our work to bring it on par, I think, in many ways with the areas of the political affairs and economic affairs. So while government-to-government engagement is always going to be important, I think the area, and I'm biased, that we work in terms of public engagement with cultural artists, with entrepreneurs, with civil society, I think is an area that we recognize needs to be brought up into the level of our organization so that we can do our work more effectively. Moving to the next slide. That's now represented in the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, so now we have a structure within our organization that specifically handles these issues in terms of exchanges, but also programs that we make available in South Africa and other countries. Go to the next slide. And so specifically, I work in the area of cultural diplomacy, and I think we really, while we do a lot to invest in the countries in which we work, this is really programs that ultimately are focused on mutual understanding. And I think as much as possible, we really want those who we interact with to understand that we know that we have as much to learn from South African artists, cultural representatives, and entrepreneurs as they have to learn from the United States. Go to the next slide. So one of the programs I wanted to focus on in our entrepreneurship basket of programs is the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs. So you'll see that a good portion of the programs that the U.S. Embassy offers focus on women entrepreneurs. Many might not know, I'm sure many in this room do, that Africa actually has one of their earnings compared to their male counterparts are much lower, and a lot of that has to do with capacity and access to resources. So the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs really is focusing on giving 150 women per year an opportunity in a range of topics and interests, but including creative entrepreneurs to increase their skill sets. And the slide before just showed also showing their wares, the products that they've created, giving them mentorship opportunity to grow their businesses. So in addition to that, in that previous program is an international program that we find here in South Africa. The Business for Creative Entrepreneurs program is one that we created in partnership with one of our international visitors leadership program exchange participants, Tamara. And this again is focused on women entrepreneurs, but with a emphasis on crafts, on household goods, on sort of those sectors of creative entrepreneurship. And what is interesting is that even during COVID, we've had to be innovative in our ability to create online opportunities for these women to share in their creative products and to launch them to market. We also work to help them to become competitive and understand what is required to export their products overseas. So in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship in KZN, we are very interested in creative entrepreneurship, but also agriculture is something that has come up. And what we found interesting in our agricultural youth entrepreneurship program is how many of these young ladies also have an interest in creative entrepreneurship in terms of handicrafts, other products, secondary things that they're doing from the production that they have. A lot of these programs are eligible for application now, so I would encourage people to look at our website about this. These programs have launched additional programs that we have created with universities in the area, including DUT and Zulu, so across the ecosystem for entrepreneurship. Go to the next slide. One of the other things I want to flag is our exchange programs. You can go to the next slide. Zebu Masatobe here is the partner who helped us create our agricultural youth program. And like Tambarai, she is a partner that we developed through our exchange program. So those usually fall in two areas: the academic exchanges. So those who are interested in studying in the United States through an exchange opportunity focused on creative arts or opportunities, including our Fulbright fellowships, or professional exchanges, which is what both of these ladies did. International visitors program, to the opportunity to deal with counterparts in the United States, whether that be for 2 to 3 weeks across a number of states in the United States. And from those experiences, they have come back with from those experiences and decided to create projects with the U.S. consulate or the embassy to share that knowledge that they've gained from traveling in the United States and working in those spaces to create opportunities. Zebu in particular was a graduate of the Mandela Washington Fellowship, and I see many young leaders who probably fall in this age group. I've just aged out. It makes me very sad about this program. But it's an amazing program that I've had an opportunity to see up close and personal for several years. One of the main tracks of the Mandela Washington Fellowship is the area of entrepreneurship and business management. And so we really encourage people to apply for this opportunity. It brings over 700 young people from across the continent together in the United States, and then finally in various educational institutions. And then in a final summit where they're able to share their ideas, inspire each other, and then go back to work in their communities. If folks are not interested in traveling overseas, we have our regional center that's found here in South Africa. It also gives people between the ages of 18 and 35 an opportunity to focus on entrepreneurship as well. And with still this international sort of opportunity because it includes over 14 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And then we have an online network that I think is really important because it provides free resources for those who are in the entrepreneurial space, training on a variety of issues that many folks have talked about here today, and have those free online courses to bolster your skills. Go to the next slide. One of the other things that we have available are grant funding, and I think this is really important because often creative entrepreneurs don't think that the funding that we have available really applies to them. So we can go to the next slide. In particular, this year, you can go to the next slide. We offer grants that do support cultural events and programs, as well as entrepreneurship and university partnerships. So these are often areas where the folks in this room actually would be able to support people-to-people ties. What we're looking for, though, is a connection to the United States and South Africa in those programs. Go to the next slide. So in general, in KZN, we offer, the consulate at large offers opportunities for PEPFAR, which have to do with health, our grants that have to do with cultural affairs, and then there are non-recurring grants that happen throughout the year. Go really focused on people, on culture, on history. We are looking at people to connections, and how can we support that with what you all are doing in South Africa. Can you go to the next slide? So an example of a public diplomacy grant we've done in the recent future was a grant that we gave that supported the Durban International Film Festival, brought American speakers, but also supported the overall platform for that engagement. Can you go to the next slide? Another example is a grant that we've given to the University of Zululand to help them establish a center for entrepreneurship. In particular, they are very interested in working with American partners on areas of creative entrepreneurship, fashion, music, and the arts. Go ahead. So right now, our current deadline is April 30th. So if you go to the embassy website, you will see the notice of funding opportunities. In particular, I want to flag, because you're not going to see something that says artists, creatives, but what you will see is topics where I think artists and creatives have an opportunity to have impact, whether that's in climate change, whether that's in social cohesion and equity, or whether that is in the area of entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship. And particularly the consulate in Durban pushed for this category in our grant this year on entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, because we thought, in particular in KZN, we saw a need to really invest in youth entrepreneurs, whether those individuals are starting their own businesses and startups, or whether they are working for an organization where they want to bring innovation into that organization and create change in that way. Building those skills regardless of where you find yourself, whether it's working for yourself as a creative, working for an institution or NGO, or anywhere in between, you need to find an opportunity to get that training and that development. We can proceed to the next slide. So, if you have any questions about grants, you can contact my office there. But again, as the previous slide says, you have to email those opportunities to Pretoria. We can go to the next slide. We continue. So some additional programs that we have that I think are really important. Can we proceed to the next slide? Our American spaces. So we have several partnerships with libraries and other organizations. The primary one we have is in Pietermaritzburg, where we've just recently opened a podcasting studio, and are working with young people in that area to hopefully increase their opportunities to record. This is free of charge, and whether it's for podcasting, for music, for any support to creatives as a space that they can use to create their how we can support the tourism industry with English for specific purposes, but also how we can create resources that can help in that space. Education USA, finally, is one of our programs. I think that's really important for those who are interested in going to the United States and studying. As the program director said, whether it's a university like Howard or others that have business, entrepreneurship, and creative arts programs that might be of interest to increase your skills. One of the other programs that we have that's I think really interesting is the American Film Showcase, but we have other programs as well that help us to bring American speakers to KZN to hold workshops, screenings, and also, we go to the next slide, send creatives over to the United States to build their capacity. So one of the recent programs we've had on this focused on connecting with the University of Southern California and Disney, and sending those who are interested in the animation field from across South Africa, including individuals from KZN, to engage in that opportunity. So finally, the last thing I want to say is that we essay, and those are where we'll be able to find a lot of resources that we have available to young entrepreneurs and creatives. We definitely see you all as a driver not only of the economy but of the culture and cultural development, and we would like to find ways where we can invest strategically in projects together that we're going to be an overall benefit to the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And I think Jacqueline's presentation one underscores that the U.S. Consul General in Durban is probably the largest foreign mission in the city and in KZN, and probably one of the most active. And I encourage you to visit their website to engage with it. But it also underscores one of our other speakers from the British Council, and that there are many of these programs that are available, not just in terms of countries where we have a common language, such as the US and the UK, but for South Africans who are willing to learn languages, there are so many opportunities available online in terms of arts opportunities, learning opportunities, engagement opportunities, programs, grants, and scholarships for you to, as artists and creatives, to engage with. And it's upon you to literally go online and just search in your area, or as Jacqueline said, sometimes you're not looking for artist or musician. You've got to understand what aspect of the economy you fit into at times, or where in social development you fit in, but there are tons of these programs that are available for you. We have come to the end of our speakers. Before we close, we'd like to open up. We still have some of the speakers available online. We'd like to open to questions on the floor. Any questions? We'll take 3 or 4 questions. So here, there's a mic. If you introduce yourself, your name, who you are, and your question, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Pilani. What I wanted to ask from Usisi lo, o President we-SIFA, ukuthi yini government angayenza to protect ama-artists from ama-recording companies lawa adlala ngabo, abasayinisa ama-contracts, and then they lose their IP kuma-projects abo. Why government engadevelophi ama-policies azobinda ama-recording companies ukuthi to follow a certain step when creating ama-contracts for ama-artists, so that IP ama-artist can be protected by ama-contracts that are developed by ama-recording companies. I think government should play a big role to ensure that all the recording companies, they create contracts that will not take away IP, artist. I think that is the best way to protect artist.
So to summarize, what is CIFSA doing in terms of their relationship with government to ensure that the rights of artists are protected, and especially in relationship to big companies and the recording industry? So that's the first question, and that's for our president. Any other questions? That's quite a heavy one. We have our Mr. Speaker in the front. Introduce yourself, please, sir, and your question.
My name is Mahoro Semege. I'm from AFDA. I have 3 questions, actually, to 3 different speakers, if that's allowed. So 3 different questions to 3 speakers. 2. Okay. My first question is, let me first start by appreciating Ms. Lewana's contribution when she said that she thinks it's necessary to revise the policies to make sure that they are as relevant to this moment than when previous policies were done. I really appreciate that. And I think I should say that before I go on. Now, speaking to Ms. Ngube online, when she spoke about telling our own stories, I think that's, even the program director brought that up. It's a very beautiful thing to say, but I'm looking at the context of the British Embassy, and speaking historically, most Western funding bodies, when they do fund foreign artists, they always set the terms, and those terms tend actually to ignore the context. I wonder whether the funding programs that she was speaking about do actually take the context into account and do not impose on the local artists.
Sorry, sir. I'm going to ask you just to be clearer in terms of what your question is. So you're asking Ms. Farai Ngube from the British Council, what is your question?
My question is, she spoke about the funding models they have.
Right.
And my question is, those funding models, do they take into account the context of the creatives?
Do they take into context?
Yes. Do they take into consideration the context of the artists? Or, in other words, don't they impose? And, my second question is to His Excellency, Mr. Patel. The story of the skin and the story of the coffee. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering whether those are not outliers. And then I would ask you, knowing that that's a different context and we are in this context of South Africa, I'm wondering what we can learn from your interpretation. What can we learn from that, if they are not outliers, to make it a culture of really using a common product and turning into a viable business? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there one more question? Any more questions? Okay, so we'll start, Madam President.
Greetings again. Into eyenzakalayo, like I said, ukuthi it is important for us to organize ourselves, and it is important for us to guide the government ukuthi yini esifunayo yenzeke nge-industry yethu, rather than waiting for government to tell us ngezidingo zethu. Uhulumeni uya afande fortunately I'll mention one of the institutions ekhona KwaZulu Natal, which is Komisa. It is playing a huge role in teaching ama-artists mahala, funded obviously by government, to understand izinto zama-contract, because you mentioned the music industry, and you are referring to the music industry in terms of izinto zama-intellectual properties. So, government okwakhe ukuthi mokhona ama-institutions afana nalawo awafande iwona ulekelelayo ke ugovernment nalekelela i-industry ukuthi asifundise izinto ezifana nalezo ukuthi singayitholi si-trapped kuma-contract are-wrong. So we even have programs like the music industry imbizo. If you go to that program, there's a lot that you will learn. It is also funded by government ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basilekelele as ama-artist. I've also mentioned ukuthi i-Department of Arts and Culture at National bane program la othola ama-legal advice for free. So that is what the government is doing. And Tina as sifsokwethu ukuthi sithi hulumeni lekelela, these are the issues that are faced by the industry. This is the possible intervention ongayilekelela. But we work closely with organized formations as well as we work with our institutions. If we get a case, efana nokuthi artist linenkinga yale contract nan, we refer them to the relevant organizations. So, kubalulekile vele for us to organize ourselves so that we go to government, ne voice eyodwa ukuthi on these issues, this is how we want government to assist us ngakhona. I hope we are told Leon. Because at the same time, ube na proposal. I think ukuthi lokho kushilo kubalekile ukuthi we have a constant engagement with government, and we utilize lama institutions akhona ukusilekelela, because okumnandi lama services uwathola mahala. Mola KwaZulu Natal ngiyayibona ikhona ikumisa lapha nanga omunye usisi wakwakumisa. I-artist la KwaZulu Natal akufanele kuthiwa lisanenkinga yokusayina kwama-contract nani when uhulumeni eseyibekile ikhungo ezifana nalezi. Obviously, it is Moses that goes to the mountain. It's not the mountain that come to Moses. Thank you.
And your question also underscores one of the most a common thread throughout today's conversation is it's incumbent on you to upskill yourself, not just in your talent and your art, but in terms of what you need to do to, whether it's to commercialize your art or to protect your art and your intellectual property. We live in an age of technology. You have a cell phone, you have Google, it's all on your phone. There are local organizations. You don't need to find a music industry certification or music industry licensing body. Any legal services in your city that provides free services, and there are those in Durban, especially when we have universities as well, you get free support and free advice that can help you before you talk to anybody about your product to make sure that it's registered, that it's yours, and that all your rights are protected. It's incumbent on you as the owner of your own voice to make sure that happens. And it underscores the additional support that you can then get from the music industry in terms of being referred to different, it is a and I think we all understand that. We all heard the story of Mam Mariam Makeba and how she had to fight for her own music and so on and so on. And these are famous stories of many South African artists. But in the age of information, we can mitigate that ourselves. The next point, we are checking to see if Ms. Farai Mlube is still online. The question, correct me, but it's for clarity in terms of whether these programs take into consideration the local context and are not programs that are being imposed without an understanding of the local environment. Ms. Ngube, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you for that question. It's really a critical and good question. And I want to first acknowledge that we are aware of the colonial histories of British Council on Africa, and we do not underestimate the power balances that come into play. And this has also come through one of our key learnings on a research piece that we recently did in 2019-2020 called New Narratives. And it has got a piece around, forgive me, I don't like this word at all, but that's the word that I currently have. I will look for another one, decolonization, and looking at the power balances of the British and Africa. So one of the key lessons that I also shared in my presentation was around research, insights, and building programs guided by the local context and what the sector requires. So you'll find that almost 95% of our funding or programs are led by the sector. We do not come in to say this is the program that we are going to be doing in South Africa. What we do is to create a program or funding that enables for programming to happen. So we do this through co-creation, co-design, and also having a space to experiment where we allow and trust local partners in South Africa to come in, have a conversation, and we support, whether it's through funding or building connections for you to be able to carry out the work. So we believe that the sector should dictate, the sector should lead for sustainability, and also to be able to build strong economies, creative economies that have got value, that are going to create jobs, that are going to contribute to the growth of the overall South African economy. So that's how we operate as the British Council. Our funding models take into account the local context of the artists and also where they are placed, and also the challenges that they have in accessing some of these models that we have. So you'll find that we actually then give work through partners most of the time. We don't lead our programs, but we trust that South Africa and the partners, they know what is required to be able to contribute to the prosperity of the economy of South Africa. I hope I've managed to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope that answers your question. But I must again also underscore we must not undermine the power of the South African constitution and the ripple effect it has had globally in terms of how we are perceived in the world. Our striving for equality, for gender, for race, for religion, for sexuality, it's truly recognized and admired globally. So I think many organizations, and Jacqueline, you can speak to it possibly as well, that consider engaging with South Africa are aware that we are a society that strives for the contextualization of our problems. And you saw that with Black Lives Matter, you see that with the decolonization movement, and I think that as South Africans, and especially the artists here in the room, is to understand that you also have, Farai mentioned, place to experiment, and I like to say it's an area for pushback. We have the opportunity to test those boundaries and to engage in terms of what our needs are with the programs. Thank you very much, Ms. Mlube. Jacqueline, would you like to say anything on that before we go on to...
No, I mean, I think you made the point I was exactly thinking too. I think for the U.S. Government, the funding mechanism definitely is usually a proposal process, in which case the terms are very clearly outlined. And I think in general, diversity and inclusion has been an area that we've been very interested in. But I think since 2020 and the unfortunate events around the death of George Floyd, I think it was a reckoning not just in the United States but globally that has forced, I think, at least at an institutional level, it's one of the few things that I can say that was a benefit, is to really look at diversity and inclusion in our programs, and I think that requires looking at a local context. So I'm hoping that's something that you would see more in the programming and in the partnerships that you would see in the United States, and something that I think that again, this year we put in a specific push for the equity, social inclusion, and diversity, social cohesion subset in our grant this year for that exact reason, because these are issues that we are dealing with still in the United States, and we think that we have things to learn from the South Africans. This is not an area where the United States in any way can sit and believe that it has the answers. It is one where it's a state of dialogue, and I think creatives have a very unique perspective to bring to that in terms of how do we think about, how do we contextualize, how do we express and help others to come to terms with questions around these issues.
Thank you, Farai, and thank you very much for that, Jacqueline. And I think in conclusion, Mr. Patel, in response to the question, was that just an outlier, or is this a replicable example of how we can, an opportunity for further engagement? And can we learn locally how to do that?
Thank you. That was a very interesting question. Let me give you the background to Genting, Dina Genting. She runs an organization called Wild Indo, and she collects recyclable material. She makes handbags, she makes lots of things, and she exports these. And the reason I mention this story is to give motivation. That once we start understanding that we live within a globalized context, that the creative is no longer insular. We are living in a world that is borderless, that is timeless, that is cultureless as well. That you can reach out to anyone, anywhere in the world at any time. Once we start switching that thinking, we start looking at how can we produce locally but consider a global audience. So whether it is the painted artist, whether it is the musician, whether it is the handbag manufacturer, we have to start thinking along a global line. If I think about this slightly differently, Picasso was a great artist. He met a canvas with paint and turned it into artistry. Who would have thought that app development is actually And so the UI interface is actually a creative interface. It's what makes the app. The code is exactly the same. We don't look at code. What we look at is the user interface, the creativity, and how nice it looks. Who would have thought that the 3D printer in the back is not an engineering feat, but it's really a producer of art. And today we're living in a context where the artist is no longer a competitor with a fellow artist, but is actually a competitor with technology. AI is now able to produce the art. AI is able to produce the music as well. So once we start thinking about ourselves in that globalized and technological context, then we'll start seeing the benefit of it. And the reason I mentioned the story of the crocodile is that it is purely a motivation that we need to look at how can we take what we are doing locally and turn it into a global context.
Thank you very much. And our concluding question, our lovely lady, introduce yourself and your question, please.
Good evening. My name is Dogozo Dali, and my question is for Ms. Jacqueline. I just wanted to find out, do you work with government directly in your programs, or you would like to work directly with the SMEs? They approach you guys, they apply for funding, or you work with both? You can work through both. That's just my question.
Thank you for that question. So we work with a range of partners. So we do work with the government usually on very specific projects that we put together. But in terms of our funding, it's usually for individuals and MPOs. So not necessarily SMEs. We don't fund for-profit companies, but nonprofit companies and organizations. So that's generally how those work. But we have a range of partnerships and partnership options. So feel free to reach out, look at the website. If there's something in particular that looks of interest, there's ways that we obviously, resources are limited everywhere. So what we're looking for is how do we support the ecosystem that exists? Where can we strategically convene partners, those that are here in South Africa, but also connecting them with those in the United States and other parts of the world? I think that's one of the few benefits that has come out of COVID is this, I think, willingness to look and connect with people digitally, that now as things are opening up that we can make in person. And I think that those are opportunities that we can specifically bring to the table in conversations with local artists or SMEs or nonprofits.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And that concludes our session. And I'd like to conclude by saying, as artists, you must remember, whenever we look at history, whenever we look at archaeology, whenever we look at the artifacts of long past times, the words of our politicians are long forgotten, and the items that carry the message of the time are the art that you create and leave behind. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. I hope that this has been a good session and that you've learned much from it. Thank you.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual Kzn Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling spaces.
Intro. This one's called Introduction, eh? I want you all to vibe with me. Let's go. Yeah. 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 Let's go. Are you there? Hey. Intro. INTRO. You gon' hear my flow. No names given, that's my code. Duction. DUCTION. I go and I'm flowing. Cruising and I'm riding solo. Zonkizwa manghamba slow-mo. Gumchito kwele ngolova bake. I got love for my niggas, no homo. I'm having fun when we do it like this. You better not come with your stupid ideas. Me and my peers exchanging ideas. Now please release the keys to the cheese. When I'm talking cheese, I ain't talking about cheddar. Gouda, blue, no mozzarella. We chasing the moolah so we can be better. Ngapa siyakula and climbing the ladder. You'll talk on the papers, I'm talking Mandela's. OGs, I'm churches, I'm Dela. Gotta be patient, no need to be fed up. I left when I sleep, there's no reason to get up. Intro, INTRO. You gon' hear my flow, no names given, that's my code. Duction, DUCTION. I go in. Here's my introduction. I'm coming in with a street production. Man, get this delicious stunner, please don't rush him. Cause when you're going crazy, only cheese can touch him. See why I don't make trash music. What's the purpose of a talent if you can't choose it? They're laughing if you don't amount to nothing. They hate you if you are becoming something. See, aims they don't forget the name. The same name that has came to perfect the game. If they lame, all they only do is chase for fame. Blame them for they don't know the price of pain. See. No pain, no gain. If we ain't number one, we gotta do it again. Street hustle, just look what I became. They told me think twice, that's why I'm thinking McCain. Intro, INTRO. You gon' hear my flow, no names given, that's my code. Duction, DUCTION. I go in, I'm flowing, they bowing. Say it with your chest so we know that you mean it. Gotta hustle hard every second a minute. From being if the deal is for the people in it. Siyabangena with a double one. Size 11, Sazo Shubatal 10-1, double one. Spillis and a singer Kasulan. If you guys are with some J, but the name means Jabulan. I'm from the area where the rapper knows about the facts. What's next? It's been a long time. Here in Spencer with your back. Still doing the moment. It's been living at these times. It's free times if we try to reach out to these rhymes that we write or freestyle. And these watches, these mine is me time. Intro, INTRO. You gon' hear my flow. No names given, that's my code. Duction, DUCTION. I go in, I'm flowing, they bowing. INTRO. You gon' hear my flow. No names given, that's my code. DUCTION. I go in, I'm flowing, they bowing. Yeah. Yeah. Are you there? Yeah. Are you there? Yeah. Okay, let's go again. The next one, Paramisikas. If you love your hood, I want you to raise it up like this. Let's go. Say, look, shit, man. Just raise your hood up. Let's go. Let's go. Nyugi flake, Kalama flake, like I've already said. Bina Nezam says, Paramisikas. Sure. I'm getting now, yes. It is a school of time, Shona pants. Nyugi flake, Kalama flake, like I've already said. Bina Nezam says, Paramisikas. Sure. I'm getting now, yes. It is a school of time. Was. I guess the way I am proves what's in Kulelok shit. Schooled by the hard knocks, like chicken gossip. We fooled by these nice talks, everything we posted. Effects of what's in like the young Lalisa toxic. Umvela stimulating some punch when it was like a game. Scratching my head, I'm a cheater snatching them chains. The city Sakarezo was for family. But I guess the felony pays. This kind of hustle ain't funny. Handcuffs, numbing down, try to make money. Living life off a forest scarf, stay running. Umzaleli dingo sakhe ngazi they ain't coming back home. All of us still giving fake hope. Kanti ukazi usale enkundleni body became cold, they know.
That's how it's gonna end for all of them. Remember, it's your own risk if you go follow them. The good and the bad, asazi who we follow them. We live a double life, kube ngathi sine hologram. Impili sishitshile manje sikhuphula amasokisi. We're raising in logish like champions, ethola inkomishi. Nyuki flat, kalama flat like I've already said. Mina nezam says paramisikas. Sure, angithi now, yes, let's go. Put them up. Nyuki flat, kalama flat like I've already said. Mina nezam says paramisikas. Sure, angithi now, yes. It is as good as Food Chronicles. Gotta succeed through all the obstacles. No mask in that lens, but our vision is optical. Go to the pubs, kupulika. Hambile ngabuya, now they're calling me a prodigal son. No magumyama, we shine bright. No mask in amapigo, we gonna fly high, my guy. When I try, they ain't talking about eyesight. My Betty, I'm blind. School shy you green. Now the skrills giving us indoor weed. Now the drinks all type of issue don't need. Tell me what's it gonna be. Tell me what's it gonna be. Pelatina stimmy, don't fail, look shitty, we the cool guys. Street smart, spend delicious, tell them that the fool's nice. Crane bang I get. It'll take a pandemic to bring us down, Jenga fuel price. Kalama flake, like I've already said, mina nezam says paramisikas. Sure, I'm getting now, yes. It is a school of time, shona pass. Nyugi flake, kalama flake, like I've already said, mina nezam paramisikas. I'm getting now, yes. It is a school of time, shona pass. Asam basam, asam basam. Let's go, asam basam, asam basam. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys are so crazy. Mbonga kakhulu. Phakamisa ilokishi. Phakamisa ilokishi. Yeah. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. I go by the name of Spenzo. Yeah.